Hello and welcome to everybody in the room. Thank you for coming on this very hot day to this fascinating space, one of whose qualities is actually to really make us understand that we could be in Brazil right now, climatically, even though their season is different. But this is a Brazilian summer inside this building, and probably Basel's summers will be increasingly similar to São Paulo summers. The space we share is the title of the symposium that we conceived in addition or in conjunction with the exhibition that we're having right now, Access for All, which is about a new culture of sharing space, especially public space, and creating public space in places where historically it would not have been found. So the exhibition is really about inventing and reinventing public space and making us understand that we can mobilize spaces that were hitherto forgotten and not really functional in the city into public spaces. We're happy that we can do this symposium, and this is thanks to a unique partnership that the SAM entertains with the Future Architectural Platform, a very important cultural institution, which is a network of, I think, 27 exhibition venues dedicated to architecture throughout Europe. It's a EU-funded project, and we're very happy that we as a Swiss institution can take part in this thing, even if our country isn't part and has decided not to be part of this unique federation. Things to come. So we're getting warm for this, and we have selected out of a pool of about 25 recipients of the public call of the Future Architectural Platform that participated in a public call related to a topic, which was landscapes of care. I don't know how many applicants were there all in all. It's like 400 or 500 people. Yeah, 400 or 500 young, emerging architects, designers, and artists participated in this call, and all these proposals are actually online on the FAP platform site. And it is very interesting, and it was very difficult for the 27 member institutions to actually select 25. And out of these 25, we selected 6 participants today to deal with this topic that we, as described, selected to fit and expand our exhibition theme. Yeah, you will be guided through the day by Yuma Shinohara, curator at the SAM, who actually developed the entire programming of this event, managed the invitations, made the impossible possible to get people here through all kinds of COVID restrictions, which is obviously, as you can imagine, some sort of a gymnastic act to get beyond borders, and I'm very, very happy and grateful. Thanks, Yuma, for all your work.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Andreas, for the very nice introduction. I'd also like to welcome everyone here in the room and also following through our live stream to our symposium on behalf of the Architecture Museum. My name is Yuma Shinohara. I am a curator at the museum. And as Andreas mentioned, I'll be kind of the master of ceremonies for this event. Just to give a quick overview of what you can expect. We have 6 presentations, and we've split the 6 presentations into 3 sessions, kind of 3 thematic sessions. We'll start with 2 presentations. These 2 presentations will then be followed by a short discussion session where we'll invite everyone back to the stage, and we'll also entertain questions also from the audience. So if you have any questions to any of the presentations made today, please keep these until the discussion. Between the sessions, we also have a coffee break, which will take place on the rooftop terrace, surely one of the most most attractive aspects, I think, of the location here. And the coffee break will last around 20 minutes, and this will also give us a chance to kind of get out of this very hot greenhouse room that we're in right now. So I think we'll start with our first session now, which focuses on design, especially designing for commonality. And I'd like to invite to the stage Monica Marinova. I'll give a quick introduction. Monica Marinova is an architecture graduate of London Metropolitan University and the Manchester School of Architecture. Among other distinctions, she was awarded the 2020 Young Talent Architecture Award, which is part of the European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture, otherwise known as the Mies van der Rohe Award. She previously worked with Hawkins Brown and Takehiro Shimazaki architects in London, where she worked on education and public projects, which required, in particular, a sensitive approach to design underpinned by social and cultural responsibility. She's currently a part of interdisciplinary studio Think Forward in Burgas, Bulgaria, where she continues to explore the intersection between social value and design. So I'll give the floor over to Monica.
Thank you, Yuma. Thank you, Andreas. I will start by leading in everyone into the topic of public space by sharing two ideas which I think are intrinsic to the making of public space, which can be shared on. The legacy of these ideas can be implemented in different projects, and I have tried to do it in different scale in the project I will present to you. And the first thing is the idea of the metaphor, the idea that we can say something or we can hint at something, and it could be the way that we do this hinting can be understood beyond the concrete situation in which this expression is located. So we could be saying one thing, but at the same time we could try through design, and in this I found lies a very powerful tool of architecture to embed these hints and then continue sharing them. And this idea is complemented by a thought of, or another idea of Roland Barthes, who says that it is not the author who makes the space, it is also the reader. And I find this very beautifully ties with the idea of public space, because no matter how we make the space and what we intend for it to be, it is the people who use it every day that create it in a certain moment, but they also continue creating it as they use it and as they find different ways to use it. Through this presentation, I will talk to you about three such metaphors, and they will occur at different scales. They are all set in the context of Stoke-on-Trent, which is a town in central England. It is a post-industrial town, which at the moment deals with some urban issues which have occurred post-deindustrialization, and they can be seen at very large scales in the city. So the idea is this context, the whole way this context presents itself to you is that you will see this friction between civic image and industrial image, and they both share. They both create the public space that everyone uses, but they create it in a different way, and they create it in different spaces. And I find this friction is what is needed to be addressed in this specific location. Then the first story I will introduce is we'll start with telling you a bit more about the city, where you will see that this place is actually an agglomeration of 6 towns which are laid across railway lines and canals. And the reason for this is when industry was being born in this place, it was the pottery factories that were located near these canals that enabled the production, a really large production of pottery. Therefore, these towns started developing through the means of really large infrastructure, enormous sheds and warehouses, which, following deindustrialization, started to create really large pockets in the city. The reason for that is when the space needed for such production reduces to maybe 5% of the area that was needed previously, you have this expanse of land, which is maybe the other 95%, which is no longer needed. And this happens to be exactly in the centers of these cities, where you would normally in other historical cities find lovely squares and tight streets and great proportions that didn't find their way into this space. On the other hand, this any suggestions?
Maybe is it a very heavy? Is it a heavy file?
I think the beamer is.
The beamer is out.
It's over here. Okay. Make some noise for the beamer.
There's the next one.
Okay, good. Let's put them in the fridge so keep you down.
There is another
Yeah,
one.
that was probably mine. Yeah, this indicates the frame you're on. We may actually have to direct one ventilator on the beamer. Well, I think in the interest of the community, we will have to. We actually may have to.
This one above,
Yeah.
they make already too much.
Okay.
I'll hold it. This is beautiful. The fan you don't see actually for you. Yeah. You need actually eyes around everybody to blow it forward.
Just needs to get a little bit lighter. I think it's getting there. Okay. This is pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're back.
But what did this industry give to these cities is gorgeous, gigantic public buildings, which ironically were actually much, much bigger than what the number of the population required functionally. And it was connected to this need to exhibit the wealth that was being generated there constantly. It's monetary wealth, but it's also wealth of the actual production of the potteries which were used to decorate these buildings. Each of the 6 towns had its own town hall, and one of them actually had 2 of them. And they are still all there. However, at the moment they are not used because first they are quite expensive to maintain. They no longer respond well to the way we use office buildings these days. But they, of course, they're historic buildings which do stay there. However, they are empty. Sure. And what we see when we start analyzing the way these buildings appear in the cities is that they maybe were built in a little bit of a rush. And on the photograph on the right-hand side, this is the view that you see when you approach this town, and it's very grand, but at the same time, when you start walking in the streets, you realize that the town hall is facing outward from the city, and there is a large vehicle road right in front of it. And it doesn't make this public gesture, which normally an institution that represents the whole city and its population should make. And it's facing the church, which is doing a similar thing. The town hall was extended twice, actually, and the junction between the original building and the extension was maybe haphazardly becoming a very attractive architectural piece in itself, despite being not much more than a loading bay. And at the same time in itself, it started employing these architectural features which, because of their precise position in the building, they were quite unique. They were not pieces that were copied across the public buildings of the six towns. So this junction, which was not used very well, was starting to become very beautiful. And in a funny way, it was starting to embody the controversies of city making in itself. Then an interpretative model of this architectural junction, now maybe 120 years after its making, is revealing how our way of making details has changed, how our efforts in shaping materials has changed. And it starts hinting at how our way to use and produce buildings has changed or should be changed. Then the second story I will tell you is that of how actually this building could be reimagined according to this hint of a changed use. And the reason is that firstly, this town hall was used as a market. It housed the police, the fire brigade, and it was really, the body of this building was the embodiment of public use. And I think it was a very joyful demonstration of how people should use their public buildings. However, at the moment, it is empty, and putting it back to use would obviously wouldn't the way funding in this town works, it wouldn't be so easy to maybe revamp the building. But what this project is searching for is a way to maybe make a small change in this building, and then that would enable this new revisiting of the building. The controversy of the industrial past of Stoke-on-Trent lies in the fact that at the moment, industry in this city is actually perceived in maybe not in a very good way, because for past generations it meant a whole lot of effort and maybe not a very good lifestyle that was entangled with the production of the pottery. Therefore, not so well received by current generations. And then this led to maybe a more forceful intended forgetting of the signs of this industry. For example, very beautiful pottery used in these buildings was just painted over, even though even at the moment it can't be found anywhere else. It's not preserved in a museum or anything else. So the public action against this sometimes is quite severe. And in an effort to bring the quality of these vessels that were exemplary of the history and even of the current state of these towns, is to find a new way for them to enter the lives of people who use the building. And this way is supported by seeing how in other places this could be done. These are some photographs from Florence, where you see actually adjustments to buildings being quite presented with a almost a manifesto of making this change. And in a similar way, the project looks for a way to present the pottery in a way that you maybe can't avoid using it. And this is through a proposition of a new door in the building. The new door at first appears to be a complete disjoint from the current architecture. However, upon opening this door, the materiality and the shape and the colors of the door slowly start adapting to the new building, and in this way present a message that new and old can actually quite happily coexist together through the use of this door, where when you grab the handle you immediately feel the shape of a clay vessel that is used conceptually to form the shape of the handle. And then maybe through the opening of the door you are able to experience the shape of these objects. And then finally, the gesture of the public space, which the project makes, is how can a new element be added to this composition of facades which look at different directions and don't really say anything and don't really address the public space in front of them, is to find a way to reshape the space that is available to create a new public space. This is a photograph of the interior of the town hall, and the first gesture the project makes is by shaping the urban space. It pays a more playful tribute to the tiles inside, which you will see were actually employed in the building before the tile makers even knew how to make corner tiles. So in this building you could find how the whole progress of the pottery industry was being laid in there without actually waiting for the industry to catch up with its capacity. So all of these efforts and progress are embedded in this building. So in a similar way, the landscape around a new building which is proposed in the site in the center of the square is shaped in a similar way, and it starts to suggest that in a similar way this new public realm could be placed tile-like to bring the separate corners of the square together. And then there is this new volume which starts competing with the existing facades, which one of the facades is saying how grand the existing architecture is. The other facade is saying how the other facade of the main church in Stoke is a reference to the public. And then there is this new facade which actually starts hinting at the fact that while industry played a very huge role in the creation of this town, it doesn't have a civic face, despite creating a very large part of the urban fabric. The building then starts to mix these two qualities of industrial and civic to start showing how important is the fact that their history is shared. And the main way in which it does is, first, it has a large factory-like roof which covers the entire space regardless of the small spaces underneath. While the facades that shape the building, while at first they separate the building, they have the capacity to open and reveal that this building can recede in its volume, but open up its space to be used as part of the public square and connect the two squares on either side of it. Then these facades created as a fairly not material entity, when you stop perceiving them, you actually see that there is this space in the middle which is opened up for people to inhabit. It has a small platform and multiple levels where you can find your own space in the bigger space. in their composition, they start again hinting at the different qualities of industrial and civic architecture in the way that they first present themselves as a very large entity, which is fairly unbroken. And then the opening of the large door right in the middle reveals that actually this facade can dematerialize upon the use of the building of other people. In this way, it's not really the facades or the shape of the building which shape the space that is created. It is rather the people who use it. And a way to really synthesize this, the power of this idea is to present it in a detail where the new implied grandeur of the building is created by referencing the detail of the existing civic architecture, implying the levels that are found in the context and the proportion which are previously created by columns and large openings with the use of very lightweight, sustainable materials to demonstrate that civic architecture doesn't need to be expensive or doesn't need to be heavy or elaborate or very consuming in terms of the logistics of its production. All it is needed is to create a space or a metaphor for people to start exploiting when they're in the place.
Yeah, thank you, Monica, for the wonderful presentation. I'd like to go on to the next presentation by Temporary Office, represented today by Vincent Lai, who has come all the way from New York in order to do this presentation. So really glad to have you here. I'll give you a short introduction. Temporary Office is a design collective that has worked on several competitions crossing boundaries of architecture, public space, and preservation. With a strong focus on historic research and precedents, the collective seeks to constructively respond to the ever-changing needs of our environment in a rational yet playful way. Vincent Lai is currently a full-time architectural designer at Adjay Associates in New York. He holds a Master of Architecture from UC Berkeley and a Bachelor of Arts in Architecture from the NUS in Singapore, where he also received the AKZO Noble Gold Medal for distinction in architectural design. His partner, Douglas Lee, is a Chinese-Canadian designer and a Master of Architecture candidate at UC Berkeley and is currently taking a gap year to work abroad. He received a Bachelor of Science in Urban Planning, Design and Management from the Bartlett School in London. And his work experience includes OMA, AMO, SANA, BAKE, SLA, the Open Workshop, and Atelier des Arts. Very impressive resume, and I'd like to invite Vincent to the stage then to give his presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Yuma, for the great introduction, and also thanks to Andres for hosting this morning event. It was really insightful to look at the public space in Basel, although it's just a little bit snippet, right? And we can always enjoy the much bigger public space in Basel. Is the next slide mine? Maybe we can stop at thank you and just talk and use your imagination. I think it's good. Thank you. Yeah, very happy to be here and very grateful to being able to share a little bit of our ideas and also our observations. Temporary Office is a collaborative that we have right now. We started a year ago and we collaborate with designers and architects and also professionals from different fields to come together to think about architecture, design, but also public space mainly. And Douglas and I graduated from UC Berkeley and he's doing his internship in China right now. So unfortunately he won't be joining us today, but I'm sure he's watching the live the video for emotional support for me. But what's really amazing is that he grew up in Hong Kong and I grew up in Singapore, and so we are constantly bombarded by dense housing, modular concrete housing that is filling up the skyline, and therefore we have a sort of a curiosity to think about what the 21st century of housing is. How can it be moving away from the cookie cutter kind of typology and start inserting moments of desire, moments of playfulness in this very rigid form. And we wrote a paper on high-tech architecture, which was born in London in 1970s, and somehow all this sort of comes together to make us naturally curious about housing in London, where high-tech was born in London, and post-war housing that you can see over here, Robin Hood Gardens, was it's actually in London, and one of it was actually demolished. So when we look at London, currently they are undergoing this housing crisis of not being able to house new population because of rising jobs, but then the speed of building housings is much slower than it wants to be. At around 2018, only 30% of the new lands are approved for building new housings. So which means there are still a lot of people who are living outskirts and also in much more expensive downtown of London. And we chose to look at what's currently existing, which is the post-war housing that is actually existing in most of the town in London, and one of it over here you can see Park Hill Flats. We chose to look at it because of what it meant at that time, because it was the movement of brutalist architecture, and most of the post-war housing was built very quickly because of this modularization of concrete buildings, right? And also what it meant for the community, because when it was first conceived, like the Robin Hood Garden, there is this massive open space on the ground floor that was just for public usage. And the idea that the balcony on each levels are also open for public usage for the tenants as well as for anyone who comes to that estate. So it was almost like a sky balcony that was open for all. So with that in mind, we start to look at what is the problem that it is not so attractive, and also this idea that vandalism came in because of the building that's old, poor servicing, poor community management that leads to its downfall, and therefore government and also the people who are inhabiting this building are voting for it to be torn down so that the new developers, new upcoming buildings can be built on top of the same land. So instead of thinking, how do we regenerate and demolish the old building, we're thinking, how can we use this as a kind of canvas or skeleton to build and rehouse the new population? So these are just some of the case estates that are built in that time, and start thinking about what are the commonality between them, the structural commonality, what kind of public space they're inherent to the project, and how we can add value by creating a second ground. So we look for high-tech architecture as a hint, because high-tech architecture was very ingrained in the DNA of London in 1970s. And of course, you know, Central Pompidou, where Richard Rogers, in collaboration with Renzo Piano, built that building. Michael Webb did this drawing in 1957, illustrating that this idea that a skeleton can be erected from the ground and have this crane to build, to pull up all this different organic function, all this different programmatic, and insert into that frame. So it was a very quick process of actually having the service and structure in place before adding those programs into that building. And so you can see that the Lloyd building by Richard Rogers does that. And what's really interesting is that when you have a high-tech architecture and this possibility of wide span truss building, you create an open public ground, or you can say an open space within the building itself. And so another thing that really interests us was this easy serviceability of high-tech architecture, where if one part is broken, you can actually just dismantle them and then replace it with the second plumbing system or whatever piping that was damaged. And so with this idea that a high-tech architecture can bring to and empower this positive public space and public community coming through the building, we were thinking, how do we bring this all together, right? We need to house the old, we need to accommodate to the old housing, we need to build the new building, and we need to build a common ground for the community. And so we look at burgers. It's a very universal piece. I eat this every week because I'm from New York. We like burgers. And what's interesting about burger is that the patty, the lettuce, the tomatoes, everything in between has to come together with the bread. The bread without the ingredients in the middle will not be a burger. The burger without the bread is not a burger, it's just a meat. So in a sense, we thought of this as an analogy, but we don't put burgers in the building, like that would be too literal. But we use this as a kind of an analogy to think about the bread as the housing. So the top bread could be the new housing, and then the bottom bread could be the old housing. And what happens in the middle is the flavor that holds them together, right? So when we look at this Alton Estate project in London, as a case study, so this is a testing bed that we're doing right now, is that when we use Alton Estate and start dividing the grid and the structure of the building, we can draw up vertical structures. And those vertical structures is not structures that only holds the new housing. They're also structures that pushes the new plumbing systems or any services that are needed for to regenerate the old housing units because of poor serviceability in the current housing. And from there, instead of building bottom up, which we usually do in typical housing, we build from top to bottom. Since it's a steel truss system, we are able to do that by hanging the structures from top to the bottom. And with that in mind, the main ingredient of the project, which is the meat and the patties in the hamburger, you get this sandwich idea of community space vertically and horizontally. And so this is what we envision how it looks like. And what we really want to keep in mind is not to break away from the structural integrity of the existing estate, to follow the grid very strictly, and to allow the communal space in the sky to bring together this new and old community. And so over here, this elevator is a very it's a great invention, but it really segregates every level to its own world. And instead of that, we try to wrap the staircase and clean the whole core by inserting staircases. So instead of having elevator, we have staircases that allows you to go from the ground floor all the way up to the sky deck area and also up to the new housing. So all this T area is all public, and it will not disrupt the tenants because the tenants are still within its own cellular block. And what we try to also do here in the Sky Terrace is to allow the structure to be able to host the multitude of activities and spaces and programs. So you could see like the hanging trusses allows you to build a structure that could actually potentially hang above because of the double height volume space. So in a way, the public ground is not just ground, it's also upside down in the sky. And libraries, cafes, playground, all could inhabit that space. And what we also were conscious about was to think about the old building and not to demolish any part of the old texture concrete wall that was existing in the building. So we create a gap and insert this vertical circulation with the concrete wall still intact in the project. So you can see over here that the new housing still carries through this sandwich idea, where in the plan you still have this common space and you have pockets of micro common space that's inserted between those units, and then you have one major one in the center that was totally all public. And unit sizes were also a key ingredient to making this project to accommodate multiple demographics. So in a sense, a small unit might be more suitable for new grad students, and then if you move on to a bigger family, more friends, you can expand based on the structure that was actually in place in the building. So those structures are just 100 by 100 millimeters steel beams and steel columns, and they are in a repetition of, they are very knitted very closely. So in a sense, they are like lattice, almost like a truss lattice. And so these are the unit possibilities. And what's also interesting is that to allow for flexible configuration of the program, we do not want to restrict the toilet core or the kitchen sinks to a specific location. So instead, we created this 300 to 400 millimeter gap between slabs to allow the piping to be drawn from the peripheral columns into the unit itself. So in a way, if you rent or if you build your own structure over there, you can somehow reconfigure your toilet position in the kitchen, but still allow the pipe to link to the high-tech columns that we propose on the periphery. So common space itself, it's also the driving force. This is the main common space for the residents. Additionally, we are very interested in experimenting with materials. And so the perforated panels that we employ here gives a sense of visual contiguity. And instead of seeing a wall on its own, you see layers of walls. And we think that in a way, this encourages interaction and chance encounter between you and your neighbors. And so on the right side and in the front, it's actually open space balconies that you can inhabit. But at the same time, if you want full privacy, you pull out you pull your curtain. Or if you want to interaction with your neighbor, you pull out, you open the curtain, and you still have this sort of mesh screen that gives you partial privateness to your space. And so driving this idea of high-tech architecture and driving this idea of programmatic flexibility in the interior space, the columns itself is cladded on the exterior, and you have very simple steel systems that's holding the unit, while your toilets and your kitchens can be easily configurable based on your preference. So in a way, still going back to this idea of high-tech and what high-tech means in the 21st century of construction and fast construction. So that's how the services could be. And to conclude, we think that this project is almost the first testing bit, and it's almost the first prototype that could lead to multiple applications. And so we try to think about different topology in London, and there's Alexandra Road estate where the building cascades down, and the public space is actually inhabited in every balcony of those levels. And think about what it looks like in the tower situation where Belfront Tower is right now. So this is Belfront Tower by Ernest Goldfinger. So what happened is, instead of having, again, vertical shaft of closed elevator and staircase core, we try to use the corridor that was existing over there and drive a staircase up, and in a sense create a common deck that is being shared between the new and old housing, while keeping to the structural integrity of the building. Alexandra Road, we do not want to disrupt the cascading structure of the balconies, and instead we follow again strictly the structural grid. And what happens was to have this common space in the middle to be able to be shared by this new and old tenants. And then again, this vertical public space can also be driven all the way from the ground up. So in conclusion, I think that we're still starting, and we're really excited to see, what kind of vernacular architecture can be applied to London, and also at the same time rehouse the new population of London, and really not to think about the new and old as a different entity, but to find a common ground, as in this case, a common ground in the sky that can be shared between the new and old tenants. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vincent, for the presentation. Now we're going to have a short discussion session, which will be moderated by Andreas Ruby. I'd also like to ask Monica and Vincent if you could bring your chairs up also as well. That'd be great. I have separate mics for both of you. And then there will also be a fourth mic, which I'm holding right now, which will be for audience questions. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand and I will bring the mic over to you.
Super. Maybe stretch out a little bit so that we have a bit more space. Good. Super. Cool. First up, any question from you? If you have, let me know.
Oh.
There is one. You need a microphone.
I think it's one picture back. I saw some detail which I was interested in. On the left, what's this ornament? May I show?
Hello? Okay, great. Do you mean that vertical core that's opaque? Yeah, it's intended for event space and also elevator and staircase.
The lamp.
That's a lamp. Yeah, it's an existing picture that we took from Google. So yeah, it's not designed by us. We only design what's on top.
All right. Then we have this detail cleared. Very good. I was wondering if we could talk about something that pertains to both of your presentations without getting too specific about either one. There's one sense of sharing in the work that you presented, which has to do with a built legacy that has come before us. And the question is, how can we inhabit this shared legacy? Both of you work with built legacies from modernism and a little back. And in recent years, there has been a big skepticism about whether these legacies, these heritages, can actually be updated. They have come a lot under pressure in the sense of these are witnesses of a time that is over, and also physically they are starting to age. Especially in Britain, many of these iconic projects have either been demolished or are under threat of being demolition. Bulgaria, where you come from, has an equal utopian legacy of modernist housing, large-scale prefab cities. I've seen one near Plovdiv, for instance. So there is always the question: what do we do with these things? They started with a strong notion of sharing. That they were based on an idea of collective use, and so they are about 50 to 70 or even more years old. And some present them as failed experiments in history, and want to basically say, "Come on, that was an error. We took the wrong turn at some point. Let's just forget about this stuff and build the regular city." I would like to know from you, you've been born after these things were actually conceived, and you look at them from maybe a bit more neutral vantage point. What is your personal opinion about their historical updatability in terms of giving them a purpose for our needs right now? Maybe like even beyond what their original scope was. Do you think these structures can help us fulfill our needs for collectivity and sharing? Yeah, that's my question. Want to start, Monica?
I think in both cases, the ambition that was driving the creation of these projects is, it was very utopian, it was very optimistic, and because of the time that has passed, we can now really precisely estimate where they failed and where they didn't. And I think maybe in 50 or 60 years' time, we'll have the opportunity to estimate in the same way the things we build now. And we might be in a similar position. We'll again be we'll be telling the wrongs and the rights of something that we do. Whereas with these existing buildings, we have the opportunity to actually really clearly determine where the mistakes were and what were the very successful things. And for example, in the case of housing, you've touched upon something that is very commonly referred to as the problem with these houses is that, for example, they were cheaply built, etc. But you actually reminded us that it is the servicing and the fact of that they're located in neighborhoods that can't, they don't have the servicing capacity to upkeep them. Right. And so the idea that you can really specifically address these problems is a very good starting point that you don't even have with something that you conceive from just straight from the beginning with a new project.
But are these things actually physically fit to be updated in this way?
I think there are many faults, and let me try to answer this. So there are two things that we in our collaborative we keep coming back to, which is this idea of community and sort of the agency that's driving that space. And so this cannot be done purely in the architectural sense, right? I think you can create that space to inhabit those, but I think politically and socially you still need agencies, communities that holds the power to bring these events together to make that space happen. And so I was looking at your project, this public ground that you created. I think it was amazing public space, but then at the same time you need nodes of magnet. There could be a nursery, it could be a government agency that is holding that program of that space to make it happen. And so personally we think that a lot of times those housings go abandoned. It's because of the lack of sort of updating in program, not so much not so much about the structure itself, but rather who holds that space, who holds that community, and who are the agencies that are in place that's managing those. And hopefully with a much more open public space, and we are able to drive these agencies back into this unwanted housing areas and build almost like a second city on the sky or on the ground. So in a lot of our research, we saw that commonality is that there's just no magnet that brings people there. So that's, I think.
Mm-hmm. But do you see like an agency, meaning people that actually want these things to be like given a new life? I mean, I remember just this slightly surreal statement by Patrick Schumacher, who proposed to demolish all council housing in London and replace it by some clean market-driven developments. Would he be at fault to assume that nobody wants this?
Well, I don't think it's at fault at all to assume that. I mean, obviously, Schumacher has his own point, which is like in the 21st century, everything has to be hyper efficient, right? Everything happens in the city, and so privatizing all those lands, it's some of the fastest and easiest way to do it. But what we think is that a lot of projects today has the potential. I mean, obviously architects are nostalgic. Mm-hmm. They like old buildings and they want to keep it by putting and working with it, and Lacaton Vassal did that in most of their projects. But what we think is that what's sort of missing a lot is this idea that we should drive people there first before actually building the projects. So instead of developing the new housing and then thinking that the public space can be utilized by the new tenants, it is the opposite, where you actually survey around and ask, would it be better if we reduce the rent and bring you there, and then you build that new housing? So I think the process of sort of development has to be reversed in that sense. Mm-hmm. Instead of building and letting tenants to flow in, you do the opposite. which is to survey before actually building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monica, you presented a project from the UK that you did there, but you also work in Bulgaria, in Burgas, and I'm interested in you telling us a little bit what is let's say, the mood in the society now with regard to its own legacy as a communist state, which has built many of these kind of complexes, which has seen a very brutal transition to a capitalist market, where all these values of collectivism were suddenly denounced as a toxic heritage of a dictatorship that nobody wanted to identify with anymore, and where the dream of freedom was now to own your own house on the countryside, and where the whole point of sharing things reminded people of an ideological past that they absolutely didn't want to have anything to do with. So that in a funny way, when we see now, for instance, like architects from Switzerland who do housing cooperative projects, if you presented these in Bulgaria, probably people would say, well, we don't want this. This is communism. We've had that. Is there a chance for a revival of sharing ideas?
I think I have definitely grown up. My family, my parents, and a lot of my friends, even my age, have inherited this attitude towards the existing architecture. I think first it happens with a little bit more time and maybe more systematic change rather than a more radical proposal that is maybe not so naturally implemented in its own right.
I'm not sure I'm following there.
Well, I think I don't want to be too negative, but I think maybe the time has not really come yet, because I think there are other things that need to happen before such a view of reusing this has entered the minds of people. For example, there are some communist monuments, and they are definitely they have great public value, like let alone residential blocks, but there are some public monuments. For example, many people have heard of Buzluđa, which is a really great architectural piece. I think maybe pointing the view of reusing such architecture when you could do it so that a much larger amount of people can see how this architecture could be transformed, could be more powerful than, for example, starting from the residential blocks. So maybe something that can reach more people and can be used by the public in a shared way.
And would you agree to what Winston was saying, that before actually interfering physically in a structure, it's actually more important to bring people there and making them understand the use value of something? Would that be, is this something that you do as well, or that you try to do in your projects?
I'm trying to think of an example.
For instance, Buzluđa, right? This amazing monument above the mountains in the middle of Bulgaria. It's a fantastic space, but it's in ruins, and it's not actually possible really to understand why this space is actually good. So wouldn't one need to do the first project? Wouldn't that be to make the space accessible, to actually draw people there in some sort of momentary interim use projects?
Yeah. It is falling to pieces, but I think this emotional exalt that you feel when you're there, the space is gigantic, and it is really a material manifestation of togetherness. And many people who maybe have inherited the view towards communism haven't actually seen this place in use. Yeah, definitely. I think even visiting this space when it was in ruins was starting to tell something about the space and how it could be used, and the values that are still there, even though they're not upkept at the moment.
Okay, we're running a little bit behind time. Should we just close the discussion for now? Go for the break and continue individually there, and then we can go into second session.
Unless there are any questions from the audience, then I could also
There is one actually there.
Thank you for your presentations, super interesting. I just had the thought in mind that since concrete is one of the materials that is used the most in the world and will be one of the most rare materials in future, I think it's actually not a question about whether to demolish and build new for a very long time. So it's also a kind of old-fashioned discourse to think that this will go on in forever like it is right now. And I think it's very beautiful to have this opportunity to see a very, like in my feeling, a very sensible approach towards the existing, and I think that's thank you very much for this.
I mean, I would be very much in favor of reusing these structures, but concrete buildings have a physical problem, especially from this period, that they often were not built to last very long time. That the material thickness was not enough.
I know.
Reinforcement comes out. So to actually renovate a concrete building is expensive. It is possible, but it's expensive. And you need a political will to do that. And I think as long as buildings like these are still somewhat unpopular, it's not sure really how this can happen.
I'm sorry, but is that really the case? Is it really the case that it's unpopular? In my experience, there's a huge draft, especially towards socialist complex buildings or social social building complex or state project building complexes and so on. I know that in many inner cities it's still like the normality to demolish, but I also feel at the same time, like for instance, when you look onto Berlin, in the city center of this huge pull onto exactly those buildings that also come because we're also living in a time of crisis. Like even though socialist ideas in the way they were explained, or not explained, but like in the way, structurally didn't like had now a really long phase of of not being very popular. I do think that there's a shift in society happening that is actually bringing back some of the ideas, and exactly in the way of how you were presenting it, are searching for the valuable and maybe also changing a couple of parameters that make them alive again in a different form, but like using maybe similar topologies or so.
All right, then there's one here. Last question maybe before we try to revive our metabolisms.
It's actually very close to Singapore, this weather.
Yeah.
So I'm very at home.
No, I just want to add about it's very difficult, I think, to make general statements about his heritage, like in Belgium, but also neighborhood of London with Park Hill. They reuse these buildings, and there was a will politically, and it's still in Brussels, I know, social housing, and it's quite well done. So I think it's very difficult to say like this is a certain heritage, we can't do it, it's very expensive, because also in the Netherlands there are companies using prefabricated systems, schokbeton, and they are very good quality, much better than we have today. And so it's really focusing on certain projects, and you see that, whoa, these facades elements are still in a very good conditions, and of course it's not for all these buildings, it's only of this certain company, and it's already don't exist anymore. but I think it's very important, yeah, to watch to the certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. But don't forget that La Vassal in France is an absolute exception, and that in the same time that they were doing their project, there was an urban renewal program, which basically led to the demolition of 150,000 apartments, all of which were inhabited. Which means, and these buildings were actually physically fit. They just needed some repair, as any building that is 60 years old. But these people were all moved out of their apartments in some temporary housing. Then these buildings were destroyed and then replaced by some actually less good quality in suburban conditions. So, and that was a political project that was done by the state, actually by Sarkozy. And that's why I'm saying it's not only the physical question, it's not only the individual popularity among people, but it's also a political will to deal or not to deal with these buildings. Yeah. And at the same time in the Netherlands, as you spoke about, NL has done this fantastic renovation of one of the Baljemeer projects. And it received, I think, one important, was it the Mees van der Rohe Award thing? Yeah? For this thing. And they showed exactly how you can deal with this. But before that happened, many buildings of the Baljemeer were actually demolished. Yeah, so.
It's also not a question to keep everything focusing on certain spots.
Cool. So let's say thank you for now.
Thank you
Wonderful.
very much.
Thank you.
Super.
Yes,
And
now we have a coffee break, as previously mentioned, on the rooftop terrace. The coffee is self-service, and then there are also some snacks, some nuts, and small cakes that you are also welcome to enjoy. Let's try to be back in 20 minutes, so 3:45. Yeah.
You're like my manager.
No, to bez hesla.
Oh, you brought your own laptop?
Yeah, for the text because
You need to build this wonderful second column.
Oh, you built this?
Yeah, it's temporary construction. Now it's
Oh, this one.
yeah, we just
Not
brought
this
some.
one.
Yeah, we just brought real sound.
Oh, nice. Can I take my chair?
oh yes, sorry, I don't know where to put
No
those.
worries. You can. I put it here. I find it very weird to have a mic, but because I thought if you just put at the ear, you know, the one.
Okay. All right. Great. Welcome back. We're going to get started now with the second session, which focuses on research, especially surrounding public space and the qualities that distinguish good, successful, or robust public and shared spaces. Our first presentation is by Magdalena Havlova, who is an architect and researcher based in Prague. She graduated from the Czech Technical University Faculty of Architecture and has worked in architecture studios in Zurich, Berlin, and Prague. Since 2019, she's been co-running the Czech-Swiss studio Apropos Architects, and as a PhD student at the Academy of Fine Arts in Prague, she's conducting research on typologies of nonprofit, especially cooperative housing in the Czech Republic. I'd like to invite Magdalena to the stage.
So thank you, Yuma. I'd like to thank all the Swiss Architecture Museum for inviting me, and it's been a pleasure taking part in the symposium and also to be back in Switzerland. My contribution to the discussion today will be about Czech housing architecture, about cooperatives mainly, and I like to use the German or Swiss word gemeinnütziger Wohnungsbau, because the English word doesn't really exist, and I like this because it includes cooperatives and also municipals, who were both initiators of affordable housing in Czech Republic and often interacted with each other and participate together. My lecture is named after my dissertation project, which is practically a preparation of a book. It's called Ours. It's a book as a means of historical review and design proposal for cooperative housing within the Czech context. And in my presentation, I like to give you a little insight into the historical research so you could understand the situation now we have. And then I will show you 4 specific examples of houses on my images and plans. And maybe in the end, if you will have time, I just shortly outline the starting process of my fictive pilot project of cooperative housing for Prague. In my research, I'm asking for some kind of revision of cooperative housing as a type of living that offers good quality, economical efficiency, and social and ecological sustainability. I'm trying to find in our history some continuity and qualities so that cooperative housing is not further burdened by some ideology or stigma, as already Andreas was talking about. And I'd like to show it's a very pragmatic and traditional matter, which is based on its original principles from 1844, which were responsibility, equality, solidarity, ethics, and also quality also of architecture. Moreover, it is a typology that in most cases offers their residents various forms of common semi-private or semi-public spaces, which especially recently has proved to be very important for our living environment. And that's something I find very necessary to be transferred to current urban planning also. So just a little bit about the history. As in other countries of Western Europe, you may know, in Czech context, the history of cooperatives dates back to the early of 20th century. But during the next period, it was completely transformed and almost vanished as other forms of affordable housing, as you can see here.
So in the interwar period, while the cities and the state were primarily concerned with solving the housing crisis for the poorest with more or less emergency housing types, like you can see here, very small apartments just with a small toilet. The initiative of cooperatives came from below as the working class saw a way to improve their conditions in some mutual assistance and cooperation. So supported by government loans and tax reliefs, there were thousands of housing cooperatives established in 20s and 30s. And as they were building it for themselves, mostly for the same professions, they put much more emphasis on the architecture. They experimented with layouts, as you can see on the right side, for example, and then designed shared spaces like yards or front gardens for growing vegetables. Also, the apartments were bigger, were like more comfortable for them. And if we compare it to Swiss architecture here, to Swiss cooperative housing from the same period, it's quite similar and reflects some of the cooperative principles that were projected in certain typological features. Like you can see here some equality in the unification of the facades all over the floors and sections, like horizontally and also vertically. Maybe I will talk about it later at the detailed pictures where you will see the examples. But what happened after 1948, due to the political changes, all cooperatives were actually reorganized and nationalized or abolished. And the solution to after-war housing crisis was focused just exclusively on the state construction. And the cooperatives were assigned primarily the administration of the aging housing stock. But in the 60s, the state realized how advantageous can this direct participation of citizens can be in the housing issues, and created a new type of cooperative that allowed companies and regions to form some kind of cooperative that were controlled from above. So people could ask for a living in exchange for some kind of loyalty to the system, loyalty to the company. So it was something completely different from the original cooperative movement, also without much care for the living environment. But actually it was the era of the largest era of Czech cooperative construction in the 70s. Still, as the cooperative system meant a certain way of being independent, a lot of architecture was built with self-help. Sometimes it was voluntarily. They mostly built garages or cabins, but sometimes they had to. It was quite common practice by smaller developments, also one I live in now. But also we can find little examples where architects had the opportunity to build quality and some kind of sustainable architecture. Like here you can see on this example of terraced houses, where they managed to establish a small cooperative and small community with shared gardens, which is quite unique. Already in 80s and later after the Velvet Revolution, the cooperatives were allowed again to disintegrate from this tight system, and also architects got a little bit looser hand, like you can see here with like this micro settlement from 1989. But with the new economical and political situation, also massive transfer of cooperative houses to personal ownership began, and cooperative principles started to be perceived as some kind of relic of socialism, of forced collectivization, and so it is actually till today. As regards new cooperative housing, almost none is being built, and the one is being built, it's just in the terms of some kind of advantageous financing, and it's without the aspect of cooperative, say, lifestyle or quality or taking care of the shared space around. So that's like a big starting point now for me as an architect. But still, there are about 8,000 of housing cooperatives in Czech Republic with less than 500,000 apartments. And some of them I will show you now. So on the next slides, I will show you some of the selected affordable housing realizations which were built by cooperatives in the city, mainly from 30s, which I found like the most inspiring period. Those houses are still inhabited today, although often in some kind of different forms of ownership that they were built for. And on the photographs I have been taking and redrawn floor plans, I like to illustrate the layout structures and kind of analyze the key typological features I find important. The first one is a part of city block, which was very common. And the cooperatives always built like bigger urban structures. This was a house for cooperative of officers from 1929. And the architecture was inspired by German expressionism with, maybe here, with light brick facade. The apartments were quite small, oriented to the both sides, to the street and also to the yard. And I discovered here very beautiful natural environment inside, almost like city oasis. But the problem is it's split into 3 owners, so part of it is being used as a vegetable garden, and the rest is just left abandoned, and people are actually not allowed to step inside because it belongs to one person in the whole house or some kind of group person. So it's interesting that even those photographs I was taking, I tried to take pictures of people there, but I don't have any people in my photographs in the whole presentation. It shows also something. The second part, the second example is I called collective experiment. It was an experimental block. It was meant to be more collective form of living with middle-sized apartments and common kitchen, gym and workshops in the ground floor and also in those between parts here and here and on the opposite side. The forming of layout at this time was connected with the development of thinking of hygienic conditions like the air and the sun. And again, cooperatives were the ones who let the architects experiment with those layouts, with the floor plans. Like here, you can see the kitchens were orientated to those small, like skylights or inner yards, and all the room could be on both sides, like to the street and also to the courtyard, which shows again the importance of shared exterior space as some central feature of cooperative living. When former dirty service backyard, as we know it from the bourgeois architecture, becomes something utilized, even like representative. Today, yeah, you can see here the pictures. Today, the apartments are all in private property, but the yard belongs to the city, so it's used as a public playground. And what belongs to the city? The yard inside, like everything that is inside. And in the middle is a playground which is open like the whole day anyone can come inside. And here, those are in the ground floor. Those are like apartments, so you can actually also expand, but almost no one is doing it. Yeah, those are the skylights with the kitchen windows. The third project I called Open Courtyard. It's again working with semi-public space in the yard, but it's much, much larger. It was built for the cooperative of civil servants. Again, you can see the facade is quite equally designed, which represented like the equality, represented the unification of the facade. It was also, of course, very economical. And it again goes to the ground floor, to the parterre. So there are possibilities to use it as a front gardens at the both sides. The ownership conditions are quite unclear here. It's something belongs to the city, something to private people, something to some companies. So there is a lot of space again left, except of the middle part, where is a public city sports ground, which also works very well. And the last one, the most interesting maybe form of those porch houses, these porch twins, or gallery houses if you want. It's from the same architect as the red houses you saw, but here he decided to extend those small skylights like into a big yard and use a single track layout with the galleries oriented inside and the entrances to the apartments. Those apartments, they were built for the poorest people. They're just one room and one toilet, no bathroom, nothing else. What's interesting that even those apartments are now sold to private people. The environment, the architecture somehow work that way, that people manage to cooperate and they reconstruct the inner facade inside, and they are using the courtyard space for many activities now, like workshops, yoga, language classes. Even it's a private property, the architecture somehow worked. So the architecture makes a lot.
Can you show in which spaces they make these collective things in the ground plan?
Yeah. Those like those places.
In the outdoor space?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like outside, but in the, it's like semi-private to say. It's not on the street, but
there are no shared spaces enclosed in the ground plan?
no. What's interesting, this typology I found 3 times in Prague. Just like the same houses. Like I didn't know about it. No, I didn't find anything about it. And when I was like going through the structure, the Schwarzplan, I found 3 times of those. All with a little bit with some similarities, but yeah, those have also front gardens in between and outside, almost on the street. Yeah, just in the end, I would like to shortly say what's happening in last year, because the housing crisis continues to affect more of the middle class, and the city of Prague is developing some strategies for affordable housing in some form of public-private partnership, offering the cooperatives and also Baugruppen the right of superficies, Baurecht, on the municipal land, Unfortunately, it seems there is no political will yet to start supporting cooperatives in their active role, and again, include also architects in the planning of affordable housing. So that's like my role. I'm trying to communicate with the city. And my second part of the book I'm working on right now, is creating some assignment and designing a pilot project of cooperative housing in Prague. So together with the Institute of Planning and Development, I did a research of some free municipal land, some plots that could be suitable for cooperative housing. And my criteria was more distant location from the city center, good access to public transport, size about 1,000 square meters, and like appropriate urban scale of the surrounding. So in the end, I found one plot in the interface of town villas from 20s, the unique housing estate from late 40s, as you can see here down, which is very beautiful. The first picture was from there. And those other houses from 16, some prefabricated housing estates. So now I'm preparing this assignment of it and program, which will be based on my research and some foreign examples, like from Switzerland. So I could create some example of affordable housing system and its architecture, and for that I founded a fictive cooperative with a group of my friends. I'm doing music with them, and they will be my potential residents in the housing in the future. So, thank you.
Great, thank you, Magdalena. All right, let's go on to the next presentation, which will be done by Ruimteveldwerk. Did I say that correctly? RVW, which is it's an architecture collective that focuses on interdisciplinary collaborations that deal with the urban realm. In particular, they focus on what they call the place of vulnerable populations within the urban context. And by approaching questions of kind of how minorities, vulnerable groups work in the public sphere, they aim to rethink the architectural field. I'm sure the project will be explained in more detail by Brecht and Sander, two twins who are also part of the collective and who will be presenting the office today. I'd like to invite them now to the stage for the presentation. Or is you're doing it alone? Okay.
Maybe Sander can join for the slideshow. And also I bring my text documents so I can avoid to freestyle, and I can respect the timing. Because it's a research project, and we started beginning of 2019, and we did a lot, even there were a lot of problems with COVID-19. And yeah, we try to show a little bit of everything, but not too much, so you understand what was happening all the time. Yeah, maybe first, our name is Ruimteveldwerk. I thought because you could speak German that it's easier to pronounce it, but it's not like that. Ruimteveldwerk, it stands for ruimte, space, and veldwerk, it's for field work. Why I'm saying this, because ruimte, yeah, we are a collective with almost architects, and we are dealing with space and working with space. And field work, because, yeah, as already explained, we are working in the public sphere, and for us it's very important just to be on site and work on site with the people there, not in the office space where you have a normal relationship with your client, because your clients in public space, they are on site. What also is very important for us by working in all our projects as ruimteveldwerk is the collaboration with other disciplines and profiles. And also for this project, it's the same, like ruimteveldwerk is also our name. It's together with an architecture firm Lava, also with the Flemish Refugee Action Organization Vluchtelingenwerk Vlaanderen. And also a part of our project is in collaboration with the Catholic University from Leuven, the research group RXD. But I will explain more when we are arriving there. Maybe first give more context what's happening or where this project is about. Our research project takes the current situation or issue of transmigration as a starting point. These migrants in transit, it's one of the more vulnerable groups in public space at the moment. They are also very visible. It's a quite important aspect in this project. Very visible, I mean in the public space. And of course, for us, it's also just it's a symptom of a larger geopolitical and social changes that manifest themselves in the public sphere. So that's also for us. It's not just this group that's interesting for us, it's what's happening on a bigger scale. And also what's important to choose these migrants in transit, I will say, that they rely on the solidarity initiative in the public space, and they are quite visible in Brussels. I don't know in other countries, but it's quite visible. And it's also, in a way, it's a dramatic situation that these people are arriving there in the parks and need help. But it's also good to see that there is happening something positive. Locals who are dealing in a positive way with these new people. And we want to learn with this project, and the name is Places of Solidarity in the Public Space. We want to learn about these existing initiatives, what they teach us about developing a place of solidarity in public space. We see places of solidarity as a point of departure to rethink, hopefully in the end, to rethink collective infrastructure and their emancipatory potential. And we hope, because these migrants in transit, it's just a starting point that, of course, we can include, and that's also the connection with the inclusive space, that we include a broader group, because we are not only talking about these temporary migrants in transit, but also in general newcomers in Europe, guest workers, and the local population in general. We have three main points for this concept of places of solidarity. Also an example, we think, for more inclusive spaces. And these three important points are it must be a place that makes a bridge between diverse groups of people, local residents, migrants in transit, care organizations, but also with collective functions. It is also a place that addresses shared needs and facilitates and encounters between people. A place where temporary presence leads to permanent infrastructure. So that's for us very important. In general, in our projects, we have always three main questions. First of all, which groups or people, organizations are in the field? The second, what types of places or spaces do they occupy in the city? And how, as architects, and for us it's important, how as architects can we intervene in these spaces, help, cooperate with these people in the public space. And for this project, it was the same. We started with a kind of mapping phase, first to identify the spatial, almost improvised and self-organized places and their stakeholders. And later on, we created the user profiles, and that was in collaboration with the University of Leuven. And now, at the moment, for a long time already, because of the COVID issue, we are working on the on a test case on site, doing interventions in a certain space. So these are the main phases of the project, the research project. And now you see that we will give you an overview of these identified initiatives. They are on three levels, scale levels, because it's not just an urban phenomenon. It's like Zeebrugge, the village at the sea coast and the harbor. You see at the upper part, the North Sea. Of course, Brussels is the capital of Belgium. There's happening a lot, and it's an urban environment. But also, and that's something new we discovered during the research, like Boutersum. It's a very small village next to the highway. And there is a shed in the fields where also local people are helping migrants in transits who are hopping on the trucks on these highway parkings. So you see, it's not just urban action. So yeah, here's an overview, but if I explain everything, we are still for tonight, so we can go to the next slide. Yeah, and then again, in Brussels, you see more the common functions. There is a humanitarian hub. There are a lot of doucheflux. There are in the park environment, even a lot of people staying there. Zeebrugge, it's also very interesting. It's all organized around a community of the church. It's also the pastor, the pastor, who is opening his own house. This guy is more than 80 years old. He's opening his house for all these strangers in a way. But it's very interesting to see what's happening there, and also how local people, but not only local people, are involved in these solidarity actions. And it's Boutersum, a very small shed. It's a very simple thing, but yeah, you see people are looking to what is happening and they are dealing with it also on the countryside. And then the second phase, it's about the stakeholders. Maybe I look back to my slides, so I'm not going. We start creating this profile starting from Brussels, to be at a certain spot, of course. And we have different profiles that we identify on these places. So yeah, these are the locations in Brussels. We did a lot of interviews. Next. And then we created these main profiles to have some grid to work on as designers. It's like, of course, the volunteers who are involved in the solidarity initiatives. You have the people on the run, the migrants in transit, and there we make a diversity between women and men because it's quite a different situation. And also the local residents who are also using the same place. So this is just the overview. And each profile, we have like a description about the user. We have the different locations that are connected to points of attentions and conditions that are important for this certain person. And then we have some keywords where we also discovered that these different keywords, also the background of all these profiles are very different, that there are very common, similar needs indeed. And like some examples of these keywords are of course normality, respect, safety, manageability, controllability, etc. Then the next one, we go to the test case. Due to the corona restrictions, we moved in the North Quarter from one spot to another spot. We start before COVID in the Maximilian Park. It's next to the North Station, Brussels North Station. Then we moved to a house of the Refugee Action in Belgium, where they where people can come and have a coffee and talk and have support. But then it has to close down, and we moved to another spot, Allée du Caille, a youngster center, where these people just arrived and they were using the outside environment, and people were also a little bit helping these people. So there was also spontaneously solidarity, but the group was becoming so big that the local youngsters and families were not coming anymore to the playground. So they were a little bit forced to move to other spots, like a shed alongside the canal, where the food distribution was organized. Finally, they passed in a theater building because of COVID. It had to close down, and they opened up their foyer. But then the space was too small for the next rules, and then they were sent finally to the hub left at upper part, and that's the spot where we are now working on. But for us, so it's a former, quite new car garage building next to a new office quarter And yeah, it's a strange situation. It's too complicated to to explain. You have to visit it. But what's interesting to this, yeah, this garage building, the trajectory of the similar different places we saw. We have similar stakeholders who are coming back in the same different spots, but the architecture is very different of all the spots we visited. So yeah, like buildings, typology, functions, it was quite different. But we learned, of course, in the different spots, same things. And on this site, it's yeah. It's a Centre PSA by the Red Cross in Belgium is coordinating it. It's a former car garage building in Brussels, and it's now runs as a day center in cooperation with a lot of volunteers. Yeah, it's very important for us. And also a lot of other organizations are involved, like non-governmental and governmental. And the focus is on the food distribution in the evening and the noon, but also a day center from the morning till the evening. But since yesterday we received a message because of a lack of money, they had to close down in the morning. What's interesting in at this site, it's a very atypical typology. Yeah, it's a garage building, but it's not like an old building. It's quite new. It was not functioning in this quarter, so the Peugeot moved very fast out of this garage building, but it's very nice because you have a very open floor plan. They are huge showrooms, a little bit strange when you think about the public you want to receive there. And yeah, I think that's and it's very transparent also. And also it's a very atypical relation of parties in a way. It has assignment without commissioner, because we do just unsolicited research there. Nobody's asking for us, but we want to do something, and that gives another rule in such a project. Because also this is a humanitarian aid context, versus ruimteveldwerk. It's also for us very difficult which role we play. We are architects, and when you are at certain spots like this, become sometimes too much a social worker, and that's not what we want to do, because there you have other people with another background, but it's difficult sometimes to deal with these situations. Then you have the main zones of this garage building. Next slide. That's the food distribution. You see the long line with the arrows. That's the waiting queue. So it's more than 500 people who are waiting there for food. And then you have the small space. That's where the distribution, where they can just sit down and eat. But of course, a lot of people are also just going into the neighborhood to the next. And there it starts also the center by giving the food as a humanitarian crisis problem in Brussels. But finally, by starting this distribution, they saw that the people, they take their food, but they need also just a space to find rest and to relax. And then they could motivate the government to open the next part of the garage, the front showroom. And there they created an indoor and an outdoor day center. So in the courtyard. There's some pictures of the day center indoor. I see there the furniture is pushed away because of the queue during the afternoon. And that's the inner courtyard. It's special. It's quite nice architecture in a way for an auto car garage. And then of course, a big zone of the logistics, because there is happening a lot in the back. It's more general, because to say something about the visitors, they are quite different profiles. Okay, you have a majority of Sudanese and Eritrea and Moroccan people, and it's almost, there are a big group of migrants in transit, but there are a lot of different nationalities. So there's a profile, and homeless people, of course, and not to forget. And also the motivation of these people to be there in such a space. It's some easy things, food, coffee, tea, safety and peace, not to be in a park where the police is always looking around. Also frustrations when the group is growing, and it is in Brussels, then there's also some tensions with the neighborhood. Also, the shower and sanitary facilities. These people want also to be clean and to be accepted and to be normal. Of course, information, because there are a lot of NGOs and also the government giving information over there, what they can do in their situation. It's accessible, very accessible, warm, dry, and also a lot of the visitors are very happy about the people who are doing the reception there. They are very welcoming, and they are very respected there. And it's not only about the people who are using the facilities, it's also about all the other organizations who are giving these services. Like the first diagram is showing all organizations who are involved with the food distribution, and the other diagram is showing all the organizations who are involved in services. It's going from governmental information to playing games, from difficult stuff to very easy things. So this plan we show because at a certain day we arrived there during the food distribution, and the people from the Red Cross were quite welcoming also us. And we started talk, and then they showed us this plan. It's a very a rational infrastructure thinking plan, organizing how many people we can receive in this building, respecting the COVID rules. But you see, of course, they have no time, and it's also not a priority to spend attention to the architectural or interior qualities, how people experience the space, like the acoustical things. It can be also technical, of course. It's just like how we can practical organizing all this space. And then we invite ourselves by doing a brainstorm with all information they gave us to think about practical thing, but what's all possible, just freestyle, and also thinking about very important things like hygiene, that you have the soft materials up, the more hard cleanable materials down, like these things. They were quite enthusiastic, the Red Cross, and that was also the reason to go further with this project on this site. Next. So we had already the information from the visitors, from the Red Cross, but also for the visitors we did a lot of interviews, and we had also, of course, these profiles we already showed, and this information brings us to certain images, reference images, where these visitors were very interesting in. Also a guy from Eritrea, without food, without a lot of things. They were showing a lot of attention to these decoration things, but also for these flexible walls and furniture to make the space more at a human scale. I will go. No, well, later on maybe. Maybe I check to be in time a little bit. And then finally, we had, of course, these spaces, very big spaces, very clean. How to transform a showroom with a certain qualities, of course, like a new building, light and transparency. How to transform it also to a more receptive environment. So yeah, everyone is sensitive to well-designed and welcoming spaces where architectural qualities express respect and humanity to the visitors. And we leave also with a lot of small interventions to make an environment that's more feeling welcome, not a practical environment. And first we start with some quick wins. It's also a possibility just to make things together with the visitors, because they're also just sitting there during the day and trying to sleep sometimes. And during this process, we could also talk with them on a less pushing way. And finally, we did also some less temporary interventions, like give also a more permanent quality to the space by making more the furniture interventions. And this must be flexible, of course, of the Red Cross asks for it, but also it's interesting to use these elements as elements to stimulate social interaction, but also at a certain moment, because these people don't have a private space to rest and to appear again in the public space. So it must be organized in the same space. So finding privacy, but also making connection with other people. So it's a very difficult thing, but we thought with some interventions it's possible. And then we also paid a lot of attention to the bar furniture. During our work there, we saw that this was a central point in all the space. Coffee, tea, it's very visible. Everybody is going to the central point and making connection at that position in a space. But also when we were there doing stuff, the migrants in transit were asking, would you like a coffee? So they were also claiming and inviting us to drink something. So it was their bar. And then I go to the next. Yeah, of course, there's also an old story about why we choose for these materials. It's also a lot of budget and other reasons to make nice things. I think that's the most important. And then maybe also a big remark in the center. Yeah, we try to work as much as possible with the visitors in collaboration with them. But yeah, it's not evident because the Red Cross is a very neutral organization and they are very focused on this neutrality. So it's very difficult when you are just doing things in this space. Yeah, there is a lot of danger that you are giving a certain group more possibilities than another. So it's not the best space, I think, to make this place of solidarity, but it was at this moment, and it's still the best place to do and to experiment our stuff. And then I want to finish, I think, for the last, maybe the next slide. So for us, this garage building is not the ideal place of solidarity, but it's a public accessible place where most of the stakeholders and solidarity initiatives are taking space. It is a place where we could continue with the stakeholders in spite of the COVID situation. We have some notes for the debate. We think that public spaces, space as a space of difference. It's important to create different spaces and connect them. For example, by articulating borders as well as make them connected. Making different users visible, and that's maybe a good quality of this car garage, that is a showroom showing people who are also in the city and not just put them somewhere outside the city in a closed building. So this visibility is very important for us, and in proximity to each other is also important, so they can appear to and or meet each other also, even the local residents. It must be, of course, a safe place, where diversity can be expressed and attracting different people by offering different programs in one space. Being part of the neighborhood, it's also one of the key things to take in these projects, to pay attention to connections and involvement with the local people to avoid feelings of insecurity, fear, and jealousy. It's very important. And in addition to space to appear and meet, it's necessary to create a space to rest and recharge. Of course, for these migrants in transit, very important. In order to go back into the public space, like homeless people, sans-papiers, they don't have this private space. And then as architect urbanist, it is our role, we think, to introduce these spaces by these design proposals. Of scale of interior, building scale, and a city or urban scale, even it is not a priority or a question of the commissioner. It's like, and then it's also very important to think about the flexible design also for this situation. So spaces can be easily adapted to different circumstances, like a library that becomes a food hub, like a foyer of a theater that becomes a space for rest and information. And it's already happening on some places. And then one very important point we want to give is avoiding typical architect planners plug-in and play solutions. There are no standard tools. They just lead to mismatches also if they show a success in another space. That's also the reason why we put a lot of time in just observing the environment, because there's very important to focus first on these local needs by taking enough time for outreach work. And then of course the focus on removing the physical and non-physical barriers that prevent people from integrating also in the institutions we have here, and give full access to basic pillars of society for example, by making infrastructure and places more accessible also for these people. And we believe also it's an urban planning issue where we are talking about, because you have to integrate it in the planning system of today to, for a permanent, it's a permanent phenomenon, we believe. So it requires also a permanent solutions for fluid populations. Finally, we want to continue working on how to integrate these spaces of solidarity in collective infrastructure like cultural institutions. For example, theater buildings we have already in Brussels and Ostend in Belgium we want to go further with the project. And we believe also by integrating this place of solidarity in this more collective infrastructure, they can become also more nuanced. So it's not just a place where exclusivity is going to the help of a certain population, but where different things are happening, adaptable for different users. And that's becoming also a more inclusive space. So we believe, like the title is saying of this conference, in this more inclusive space, not in an all-inclusive space. That's we don't think it can work, because an all-inclusive space is just for nobody interesting. But maybe we think at this moment at our research, a variable inclusiveness can be a strategy where we believe in at this moment. Of course, it has to be tested. So a place functioning for diverse groups throughout the, time, depending on how relations, humans as well as spatial, unfold and develop. Sorry, I hope I respect the time a little bit.
Oh, we could. I found the. We could put the. Can I just go back to the final slide you had? I think this is an interesting. Also for a debate or a discussion now. So yeah, now we're going to go into the discussion part of the session. I will be moderating the discussion, and I'd like to ask you guys to bring your chairs up as well. And here's the microphone. Can I ask you, Anna, to take care of this? Great. All right. Well, first of all, let's. Are there any burning questions from the audience? There is one. Yeah. Oh.
Hello, and first of all, thank you very much for the presentations. I was curious about, especially your research, Magdalena. Rumte Feldwerk has mentioned that in their process, they try to work as closely with the people as possible. And you showed this one housing project that was destined for be inhabited by civil servants. And I was wondering if your research recovered anything showing the involvement of the future inhabitants in the planning process. And also, I was very curious about the circumstances of you taking the pictures of these courtyards, and if you think that maybe it needs a site revisit after, post-pandemic, or it really has something to do that these places have been so abandoned with maybe a little bit more what Vincent touched earlier in his presentation, that it really has something to do with who and how these places are managed.
Okay. To work? Yeah. Thank you for the questions. For the first thing, I showed more examples that were built or designed for a specific group of people, like for the servants or for teachers. And it was it was quite common that those cooperatives were established like within this group of people of the same profession, but they were not involved in the participation, like in the architecture. What's different from like today strategies, like in Baugruppen, for example, where people are involved more. And yeah, that's a question, and I'm also when I like now when I'm preparing the assignment for my project, I'm feeling this as a very sensitive like question, how much involve people in the design. And like the strategy I'm now thinking about is that I will, of course, I will maybe do some small workshop with the people to know how they live, but of course it has to be adaptable for like anyone in the future to live there. So it will be, I will make the frame for them, I will make the layouts, and I will also try to make it so that it can be adaptable in the future to another scheme. I think it's also quite common strategy right now to build, to design architecture that is more adaptable, and this way also more sustainable to the future. And yeah, maybe it's like too basically said, but and to the second question, I think this wasn't a picture of post-COVID situation or COVID situation. It's like those environments are really abundant, like every time. And I went there more times, and I tried to take pictures of people, but there were no people inside. And sometimes it was also difficult to get inside because people like they didn't know why should I take a picture of it, and why is it so interesting. And but still, I think I can see it in the house I'm living. That is cooperative house built in 50s, and it's strange that it really works. Like, I was surprised because there are people I wouldn't talk normally with, like they're really weird people living in our house. But the as we are cooperative, we are really working together, and we take care of the garden. Even the guy is really strange who lives in the opposite apartment. And yeah, I just, from my point of view, as I'm living there, I can see it really works, and that's also what I'm trying to show in the book I'm going to hopefully do.
Also, just a follow-up question, even did you come across in your research any evidence that these common spaces were functioning better when they were originally built? Or is this, or is this really something that is kind of a consequence of these changes in ownership and this kind of parcelization of the cooperatives? I don't know if there was documentation that you found from the 30s that showed these spaces being used differently.
Yes, some of those, like most of the realizations were not like public known yet, or some of them I really found in the archives, or I just saw it looks that it could be a cooperative. Then I found it's cooperative. It's also, and they are so old, like from 30s. It's difficult to find some evidence of how it worked before. But for example, the red houses, they were, as I said, it was more collective form of living. And for example, I know from some archives that it didn't work even in that time. Like those common kitchens and workshops, when people changed, some new people came, suddenly the community collapsed. And it was, I don't know if it was because of a Czech way of living or thinking, or if it was because of the architecture. It was not designed, I don't know, in a functional way.
I think that brings up this, or I think that also kind of brings up this interesting question that I think is also relevant to the work you guys are doing. Kind of the, I guess, I wouldn't say chicken the egg problem, but like at least the differentiation between architecture kind of as this container for things to happen, and then the programming and the use, and what actually kind of, when we talk about common space, when we talk about public space or semi-public space, which becomes more important, you know? Like, can an architecture that is well designed also kind of retain kind of, you know, despite, you know, social changes, despite changes in usage patterns, obtain or kind of retain a certain kind of openness or openness to common use or commonality. I think, you know, the example of the Peugeot garage is also very fascinating, you know, which is kind of originally conceived with no common use in mind, right? But somehow, because of accidents and whatnot, or because of these certain certain, I guess, industrial typologies that allowed for more flexibility, it opened itself up to kind of you know, common use. And I think it goes into the question of, like, as architects working, you know, with spaces that are meant to be shared and stuff like that, how much control can an architect really have? And I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on this.
Yeah, maybe I can react. Also, on the first question, it is for architects sometimes, I think a lot of people know it, difficult to work in a participatory way with a lot of different parties with contradictory ideas and feelings to come to a place or not. And a big help for us was making first this research with these users profiles, where we really, you can't sit on a table and design with 30, 50 people. So with these users profiles, we go in depth with what is really important for you and we try to make some groups to collect them. But then afterwards, when we start to design, we have some first IDs, but we check it with these profiles for, okay, we have an ID, it's nice, it works on the idea of the visibility, so the organizations who want to show the people in the city that they were present there. Okay, but in contrary, the people on the run who are coming there, they didn't want to be in a showroom, they want to be covered, they don't want to let's see people that they were in this precarious situation. And because of these profiles, you have a very good overview of these key elements. And I think as an architect, you have the capability to use space to think to these contradictions, like visibility and be more closed off. There is a way to deal with it in space. And okay, the Peugeot garage, it was a vitrine to promote cars, very visible. It has qualities, so that at that point we don't have to add or change something. But at a feeling for safety and more being secured and not being put it in a vitrine, we can easily handle with this. And we don't want to make these permanent stickers on the windows, but we want to do it in the interior by subtle elements. That could be also deal with other things, creating a more welcoming atmosphere, feel more separated in a big space, but in the same time, because I think the picture we showed with the blue curved wall, it's a flexible thing. You can move it, you can roll it up, you can replace it for different users. But in the same time, people can use it to be more covered, and in a way, the people of the Red Cross who is hosting the place at that moment has an overview in the space. And in the same time, people who are outside, they see people moving in the space, and if they want to sit and be more secured, they were not visible, but if they're going to take a coffee at the bar, they were in a short time visible, and then it's also more comfortable to be visible from outside, and not when you are waiting or sitting somewhere till the food moment is coming. So I think in that way, as an architect, you are it's easier to deal with because you have this element of space to work on.
Okay. Magdalena, do you have any observations? I'm very interested also about in particular the porch twins that you showed, where you mentioned that even though the ownership model has changed and now they're all privatized, people are still using this kind of central courtyard for communal activities. So somehow, even with this kind of change in ownership, something I don't know, my presumption would be that something in the architecture somehow kind of encourages this. Do you see it this way, or do you what? Yeah,
I think as you said, one thing is the architecture, and maybe this one was so designed that offers also some stages of being on your and on the public, or so you have those galleries that are more like yours, and then you can go in the middle when everyone look at you, but you know about it, and like then you can use it with the other people. And the second thing is the people. So I don't know if there is some special group of people who maybe were like more active to say let's do something, or but I think it's really in Czech Republic it's very it's a question also of the age that my like people in my age already think a little bit differently, and they are not scared of sharing things, I think, and like they are open to say it's ours, and like we will take care of it, like take it as ours. So that's also why I call it this name, because I think it's really appropriate, this word.
Yeah, I can maybe comment on that, because what you say is indeed interesting. Like you have the side corridor where you are more protected, not really visible, going into the middle place. But on some projects, on the picture, it looks like, or you are on the corridors, or you are inside, so you have not the intermediate space. And then that's also what we try to summarize in the first point. You have to create a diversity of space that is connected to each other. So there's a possibility to have an eye contact in a way, but you have to also this in-between space between the private and the public to be okay. Being in the middle of this housing block, everyone can see me. I'm open to all public. You need energy to do that. So there must be also a place in a way to go a step back and to take some rest and recharge. And in that way, yeah, if you have like these public places, also in the case of Brussels with the Parc Maximilian, yeah, it's an open space. If you come there, everything you do, everyone sees you, and the people are stressed, irritated, the existing tensions. But if they have a place to rest where they are not on this pressure, they could use this open space in a better way. Like this park, yeah, now in the past they have to sleep there, they have to do their sanitary needs. Everything was happening there. It was a big stress, but now because of the initiative for the day center and the food distribution center, they could do these things on a more separated place and can use the public open park for what all people want to use it, to take a rest, to do some sports, and the tensions, okay, it's not yet finished, but it's more less than that. And also, yeah, I found it also interesting that the inner courtyards from the housing blocks. A few weeks ago, there was a presentation from someone who was comparing it with the Frankfurt building blocks and the Vienna building blocks. And the Vienna building blocks were a little bit similar to the pictures I see from you. And he showed pictures from when they were built. And an interesting element was, in a few of them were some water pools where children were playing. There was an element also to attract and to do something. And of course, in that time, it were new buildings. Young families were attracted to live there. And of course, but yeah, on the end, for safety reasons, maintenance, these pools were done away, and you have only trees and some benches. And yeah, okay, yeah, you need something to attract, to welcome people. And that's also the thing in our projects. You can create a big open space, but you also need elements to show people they are welcome. And it could be small decorative things. Okay, we tried with some origami, and we thought, okay, it's really an easy way to do something. But in fact, it worked. People who are coming there was like, oh nice, we can do a celebration here, or we can make a party here. It's not anymore yeah, the association of this empty garage building was, by a stupid thing, a little bit changed. And I think for this inner courtyards, it could be a little bit the same elements. The feeling that someone is respecting this place by painting or putting plants or putting decoration elements, and also welcoming, in a way, the people is in the same time also a way to the visitors do respect that place, and that's also for the day center. When we found with some people plants outside, a palm tree, and we asked, can we use it in the day center? Yeah, take it with you. Yeah, on the end, people who are coming to the day center are also taking care of watering the plants, and they start to make it their own. So, and it start also, more respected by the users, and it's less stress for the people who want to coordinate that place. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's the small steps that can be made.
Cool. Are there any other questions from the audience? Monica? Oh, wait, our microphone.
Thank you. What I find common in your projects, and also I think the most exciting part for both of them, is firstly your users and the opportunity to imagine your projects in the future. Firstly, the work that you're doing, I see making I see a making of community in place, and it happens as you make the architecture, which is very exciting because in many other projects you have people with established habits who come and transfer their habits to the place, whereas here the dynamic of the space is entirely different, and the notion of shared space is also read in a completely different way. And I think for your project, the excitement about use comes from a parallel which I will make now, because when you talked about the twin typology and when you explained what the spaces look like, I can really recognize this typology in cities that currently experience a very intense densifying. And they are being densified by young people who are not married, they live alone, and the people who create spaces for them do exactly what is done in your project. It is, they create really small living spaces, but they really emphasize the shared space. And it's a completely reverse of how you use this typology. It is being created in order to create the public space. So this shifting of what is personal and what is shared is done exactly to promote this kind of public shared space.
Thank you. All right, I see that we are also running out of time, and I think we're already also starting to boil now. So I suggest we do our break for 20 minutes again. Let's try to be back at 5:25. Thank you. All right, let's get back to business. We have our third session now, third and final session on the subject of co-creation of public and shared space. Our first presentation will be done by Parks, which is a project developed and moderated by a transdisciplinary group consisting of local cultural and activist practitioners alongside the landscape architects Atelier Le Bateau. The talk will be given by 3 members of the project team. That's Nurieto Hermes, an artist focused on participatory placemaking, Dorothee Halbrock, co-founder of Floating University in Hallo e.V., and Julia Marie Englert, who is an organizer and educator in grassroots planning projects in common spaces. I'd like to welcome the 3 to the stage.
Thank you. So we are here to present Parks, a project developed and moderated by quite a few people. So we are only the representatives here. We are missing one, Johanna Patke, who has family affairs to deal with. So yeah, this talk will be given by us 3. Like Yuma already said, Nurieto Hermes, who is working in critical space practice with cooperative or collective projects, very site-specific. Julia Marie Englert, who is working in grassroots projects, studied urban design and graphic design. And me, myself, who founded Hallo e.V., which has the aim to open up spaces that are close to the public. Parks is a multi-layer project. So in this presentation, we're focusing on the relations of it between care and design that drive our work. It's just one aspect, but we're focusing on it. And at this point, I wanted to mention that we're not showing pictures of vulnerable groups because Parks is also supposed to be a safe space. So they are there. But we won't show pictures of them. First, I wanted to give you an insight of where the project is situated and the general idea behind it. We are situated in the east of Hamburg, where Alsterbille Elbe Grünzug, a green corridor of 4 kilometers, is planned and partly already realized by the city authorities. And it's connecting the 3 main waterways of Hamburg, which is Alster, Bille, and Elbe, in very different neighborhoods. And in 2019, the Environmental Authority commissioned a group of local actors and Hallo e.V. and Atelier Le Bateau, Office of Landscape Architects from Berlin, to design parts of that green corridor and also set up structures for common uses or community uses. There were kind of different perceptions, I think, in the commission by the city authorities. It was rather planned as a temporary project, and from our side, our team is consisting of very local actors, so we, from the very beginning, had the idea to kind of have a secured position in the long-term planning as well. So Parks came out of these conditions. We are creating visions for parks for the future, starting today with a prototyping technique. And we are implementing different spatial designs, mainly on what you're seeing here. It's a former recycling yard, and this is already hinting to what the neighborhood looks like around. You've seen it before. It's a very industrial and commerce defined area, which also gives the chance of niche usages such as artistic initiatives, social and sports activities, and also small-scale production and crafts. And they were developing pretty freely between, like, in the last decades. So this kind of makes up the unique mixture of this neighborhood. Yeah, the main area we're working on is a former recycling yard, and yeah, we managed to kind of open up to the public before it was closed. Those initiatives and creators of space, or the producers of space that I described before, are now, like, a lot of spaces are under threat right now because an urban master plan is coming into being. And this is why a lot of people are connecting more and more and forming stronger networks. And Hallo e.V., an association, like a non-profit association that I was speaking in the beginning of, is one of them. It also initiated parks and is mainly working in an old power plant right next to the recycling site. And there we are connecting in the aim of having, like, securing long-term usages other than, like, this temporary uses. The difference is that this old power plant that we're working in with Hallo is belonging to a private investor, and we now got selected with our project Werk as a national project of urban development. We got 7 to 9 million, but like for an innovation, but the problem is that the investor doesn't want to sell yet. So we're dealing with that. And at Parks, we have we're the lucky ones commissioned by the city, but also kind of fighting for a long-term solution. And also the difference is that Parks is an outdoor area that is supposed to be publicly accessible at, not all times yet, but probably in the future. This is how it looked like before. This is somehow how it looks now. It kind of ish. Yeah, a lot grew here. Yeah, there you see some neighborhood photos. It's also situated on the Green Corridor and shows some activities that we did. And yeah, so maybe to sum it up, Parks is both like a space, a place on this Green Corridor, but also a way of planning together, together with the users that are already there, and the city authorities. So we are kind of in a moderating position. And this process will hopefully not come to an end very soon. We are now having time until 2025. And the kind of success that we are holding now is that we came to the agreement with the city authorities that within this time we're setting goals together for the long-term planning. So yeah, we're hoping to realize them within the next years. And now I'm handing over to Julia, to Nuria.
Thank you. Before I start, I'm terribly sorry, but I think my brain is already boiled. So I'm really sorry if I now fuck up here and there. So Parks, as you can see here, this is the beginning of 2020. Is design-wise having a pretty resource-saving approach. We are working with, as Doro said already, with existing buildings, materials, the local actors, and the existing vegetation as well. For us, care and gardening methods are a way to design. Care is, in the discourse, in my feeling, a kind of overused term. In Parks, it means to be present and to look carefully and to discuss before making anything, to sweep the floor, to fix and maintain, to water, to take away little stones so that no one falls over them, and then to place them in a straight line so that yeah, the wood chips are hauled and a path is created by that. To cut metal, to draw maps, to build and arrange according to present needs, to have a conversation, to explain once again, and to listen once again. So care for us means to give time, and thereby is central in this process of transformation. We like to talk transformation is the term that we want to use for this process that we are doing. And it is, it's the method of how to make this former industrial yard becoming a green public space, while keeping a certain, like an identity feelable or a topology alive. To understand the design, it's super important to acknowledge what Doro said before, that in the beginning when we started this process we had a very short time frame for 1 year, and then another next year another year, and so on. So now it's actually the first moment that we can plan in a certain long-term way, and this I think is also, looking at the design, important, because it carries a certain fragility, the way of how things are done, and everything that we are doing, everything how we are building or how we are designing is first by the act of listening. We started out with doing lots of building workshops, lots of designing workshops, lots of thinking workshops. We had lots of walks by which we just like focused on different aspects and learned what the space actually is like and might need or might doesn't need. And then everything that we build is built by hand, as you can see here. So also within the building process, there's a layer of decision making by those open group of people that are building the space. I have to check my notes if I'm missing out anything. This process we call erfinderische Sparsamkeit. Inventive frugality. Also another system that we came up, apart from emphasizing care and gardening as design methods, is that we're trying to think and to create fields for different usages. These fields that are created kind of represent different groups and actors that are also taking care of that very space. Julia will say something more to that. Also, we are like, some of the fields are realized already. This is what you see in the pictures, but most of the fields are only thought through. And the way of how we are thinking about them is that there will be fields created in the next few years, but they will kept empty for future usages to come, and to give space for still having a possible of a co-creation process. Maybe we can go on to the next slide, because this would be one example. The picture that you showed before, here you see it on a drawing. This is like the planting part, and then maybe the next file. We call the field, maybe next, yes, thank you. This field, pioneer field. I will explain this as one of the examples of what I mean with like radical recycling approach. So there was a building standing that you saw in the earlier picture. It got hit down because it couldn't, the statics wasn't like working anymore. It was dangerous, and within this process, the concrete floor got destroyed. So we cut it out, all the parts that are that were destroyed, and then planted a couple of ruderal plants. Like this is like a species of plants that are already within the area that grow very fast, that will in very short time kind of recreate the volume of the building, and by that kind of follow up on the topology of the place by recreating kind of this backyard environment that you saw earlier on the pictures. Yeah, and of course it was also done in a common decision process. There you see Mark from Atelier Le Balto. We currently work on the question of how to keep social structures open to outsiders and not bound to individuals within the process of strengthening the social as well as the physical architecture, which means like to improve the space as well as the network. So one main challenge concerning this is to maneuver between informality and institutionalization. New models of communication need to be developed. What before used to be a one-to-one conversation or maybe a 5 or 6 people conversation now turned into giant mailing lists, workshops, assemblies, and so forth. So to stay open to newcomers, but also to maintain spontaneity and informality is a super thin line for us that we currently deal and struggle with. Because on the one hand, if communication is held very open and informal, a tyranny of structurelessness appears, while on the other hand, with over-organization and institutionalization, the liveliness of the space would die quickly. Yeah. Next week we will form a neighborhood, a neighborhood association will be formed next week also in that purpose, and that's my sign to give over to Julia and to click the foils.
Okay, I'll now try to make the bridge to our title, which is for not German speakers maybe a little bit difficult. And I'll try to explain what's behind KümmererInnenschaften by saying this name like now a lot of times. Sorry for that. So we invented 2 positions, or let's call them rather concepts. One of them is Parkmeisterin, which can be maybe best translated with kind of host of parks, and KümmererInnenschaften, which are more or less overall caretakers of the space. To start with Parkmeisterin, here you can see some of them, I'm also one of them, is a paid position with like many different obligations. As like the host of the space, the Parkmeisterin has to have an eye on the resources of the space and its time, and also moderate the different needs that come up within the process. For instance, to have the right amount of space for every group that mail us or come by, that want to do sports, theater or play or whatever comes in their minds. But also do a lot of educational work, explain the process and therefore like conceptualize it in the first place, and also support the research of students, communicate with authorities, keep them updated what we do, and build some trust within that process. But also ask groups to like clean the compost toilets after the events, like in a very specific example. And KümmererInnenschaften, on the other hand, is a not paid position, and it's rather not really a position, but kind of many different groups of people. And a Kümmererin should never like be alone or be overloaded with like work, because he or she has their very own agenda and a certain need of space, time, or rather resources. And they take over responsibility for kind of part of the space. And within that responsibility, they get space and a voice in negotiation, and also a lot of freedom in decision making within the use of the field. For instance, the gardeners are a kind of nice example you see here. We have currently like an age range from 81 to 4 years old, so like lots of different people. And well, they need soil water, they need tools, they need seeds. Last year they wished for kind of a vegetable garden, and this year for cultivation beds. So as Nuria mentioned before, we planned them together with Atelier Le Balteau and built them in a public workshop. And to make now the bridge between those two positions, well, the material you see here was ordered by the Parkmeisterin, and also all the communication work and the moderation. And then this like all came together, and now through these gardeners we have like lots of insects and plants which are quite unusual for most urban green spaces. So here you can also see maybe the vulnerability which Nuria was talking earlier. We also cooperate with like lots of universities and thereby have quite some seminars and students on site each year, and we also do understand them as KümmererInnen of that space, because they contribute with their research and monitor our process, and that helps us actually to create our own voice, and also helps to gain trust within the city authorities, and well, gives us kind of a broader perspective on our own work. The Parkmeisterin also supports by sharing insights and by providing the infrastructure, and the students and teachers get, on the other hand, like kind of a multi-layered case in which everyone involved is like really willing to share all the information and knowledge and experience we had. Well, there are like lots of important people I could name. I'll only give like a few more examples. At Solo, you can see some of their structure here, are getting a space. They are like an artist and activist group, and they have their containers, kind of a container structure on site, and in return creates a very nice cultural and artistic program which is open to the public and also invited, especially in the first year where not so many people had discovered our space yet, a lot of people there. We also have lots of sports happening. Here you can see a Thai boxing course. They are even like there 5 times a week. It's all very open, and they use the large roof we have for their training sessions, and in return sweeps the floor every time they come, which is really nice because we did this before. So this is also kind of a nice example what means to take care of the space and what KümmererInnen and all can be like. We also have social workers that visit the space 2 times a week with children from a refugee shelter nearby. And they also participate then in building and gardening processes and make our space very lively and spicy. No. So to wrap it up, I'll come to an end. Parks to us is a very unique space and was created through and with this very unique neighborhood. You just saw some pictures of it. And what is translatable or transferable here is actually the process design. That's what we think. But the question of transferability is also a question of language. So we do not want to promote sort of a copy-paste or best practice approach. So maybe we try to think about an example. So Nuria came up with the comparison of the difficulty to formulate kind of a legal text, more or less. Not fits every time, but you try. So for sure it requires a mutual trust in the neighborhood of such a place, and this trust has actually to be formed over and over again within like every new happening. We had this like for 3 years now. It's kind of interesting. And in the case of KümmererInnenschaft, the concept is based on mutual trust as well, and also on a common language you have to find. And to us it is very important to emphasize that it is not about assuming the duty of care and performing unpaid work for the city authorities, but rather like complement the care work of a public space, and in return like get this freedom of action and design and actually a voice that is heard. And we think this creates spaces that could actually never be realized in classic urban planning structures, therefore. So right now we are right in the middle of this conceptualization process and testing its boundaries and getting to know its potentials. So our overall aim is to make us and our work positions in the future kind of redundant. So we're working to get rid of ourselves, basically. And this also means that the workload will be spread over many different shoulders in the long run. And well, our intention is to support the creation of a public space that is a space of social negotiation and a space of participation. Thank you very much for listening and inviting us.
Yeah, thank you, Julia, Dorothee, and Nuria, for the presentation. Now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Nina Paim. You have also probably seen the handouts on the seats as you came back in from your break. This is also related to the presentation that Nina will be giving right now. So Nina Paim is a Brazilian designer, researcher, curator, editor, and activist based here in Basel. Her work revolves around notions of directing, supporting, and collaborating. She's curated a number of exhibitions, including Taking a Line for a Walk at the 2014 Brno Design Biennial, as well as the Department of Non-Binaries at the 2018 Figure Design Biennial. She's also served as the program coordinator for the 2018 Swiss Design Network Conference Beyond Change, and has also co-edited the resulting publication. She's a two-time recipient of the Swiss Design Award, is currently a PhD candidate at the Laboratory of Design and Anthropology of the ESDI UERJ in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and currently also a director of the Feminist Platform for Design Politics Futurists. So thank you, Nina, for being here, and I'll give you this. Yes. And a quick, oh. Again? No, I think it's just the computer is now overheating. The computer is overheating now. Okay.
We have some ice left upstairs.
I don't know if we could, ice on the computer? A quick shower, yeah, exactly. I don't know if you've noticed the showers in the bathrooms, yeah. They're tempting. Okay, so the presentation is a keynote, so now it's just loading. Let's see. Over to you.
Whew. I hope you're all well. Please feel free to kind of stand up and kind of move your body if you need to recharge. I'm extremely glad to be here tonight because this is the first time I speak in public since, Doom, and I'm really I like to think that good curating is good matchmaking, and I think good curating makes good connections, and I'm very, very happy to be amongst you today and learn about all of you, and also I'm very happy to have met Raíssa sitting over there. Fellow Brazilian of Basel. So it's very important to have some technical glitches, otherwise it's
By now we're all used to technical glitches. I think after also just the entire experience doing everything digitally now.
Yeah.
It's opening.
It's a little bit of drama. So. Thank you so much, Yuma, for the introduction. Thank you so much, Andreas. Thank you so much, everyone who has worked into making this space here possible tonight. Still a little bit of drama. My name is Nina Paim. As Yuma mentioned, I am a designer by trade, a curator by life, a publisher and an editor by aspiration, and an activist by necessity. Maybe? We're going to get there? And this is the end of the presentation, so now everybody's going to see everything before. Yeah, okay. So, yes. So 2 or 3 things I know about Mary Vieira. So I will start just by making it very clear that I know very little about Mary Vieira. And there's reasons why I know very little about Mary Vieira, and I think there are very interesting reasons, because they speak about broader power structures, about why knowledge becomes public and maybe doesn't become public, and whose stories surface and whose stories disappear. So I'm originally from Brazil, from a small town in the countryside of Rio, which was originally a Swiss settlement. It's a very complicated story. I'm not going to go into that. That's for another time. But somehow I landed in Basel in 2017. And I didn't have a studio. It's actually the first time I met Andreas. I had just moved to Basel. I didn't have a studio. And I had to work somewhere. So I was using the university library, which you see here. It's a really interesting building if you haven't been there. And this is how you enter the library. It has this sort of hexagonal building. And then you enter, and then you are confronted with this very strange object, which is a sculpture. And I was like really confused. Well, what is this thing? And some people, I noticed every day that I would go that it would always change. It was never the same. It was always somehow moving. And then, this is from a different perspective. It looks like that, a kind of different sort of like triangular blades that's the pivot around an axis. And I look down and I read Mary Vieira, polyvolume, and I'm like, what? Mary Vieira, I know that name. And Mary Vieira, a very small Wikipedia entry for Mary Vieira. She was born in São Paulo. The date apparently in this Wikipedia, as I learned later, is wrong. Not much to know, Max Bill, blah, blah, blah. And then there is also another, the English version is a bit bigger. She did some kinetic sculptures. Why do I know her? Because I'm a trained graphic designer, and I knew of Mary Vieira's posters. I don't know if this plays. Studying graphic design in Brazil, I used to, these were really beautiful examples of things that I learned. And, they're very Brazilian, as you can see. And I got really confused because these are two books I have on my shelf. One is a timeline of Brazilian graphic design histories. Another one is a history of 100 years of Swiss graphic design. And Mary Vieira is in both. So I'm like, wow, how did she do it? She was there, and because I'm in Brazilian in Basel, so I'm also looking up to Mary Vieira and thinking about, what can I learn from you, Mary? And then, she's there again, she's Brazilian, and I started looking at her solo shows. That's really interesting, because most of her solo shows were in Europe, or orange is also, I think red is Switzerland, and orange, you can barely see, it's Europe. And then only very late she's being exhibited in Brazil. What's going on? This is her group shows. I was like, aha, in the beginning she was showing in Brazil, and then she was only showing in Europe, and then she's back in Brazil. So where is Mary Vieira? I was really intrigued because, I'm here, but I also want to be there. How can I be in both places at the same time? This is me looking at Mary Vieira. This is another person looking at Mary Vieira in 1968, when this sculpture was inaugurated, when this library was actually made. So it's made specifically for the site. As you can see, it has a kind of like a spiral, a hexagonal spiral that goes in, and it's really situated within an hexagonal building. So she's really reacting to the architecture of the place. And this is Mary looking at the Rhine. And I go to the Rhine, and I look at the Rhine, and I think, what was Mary thinking? And this is her photographed in her studio. And this is when I discovered that she was the first artist to occupy the Atelierhaus Klingenthal, which is still today an artist studio. She was there. She had another studio space somewhere else, and then she was making these really voluminous sculptures, so she needed more place. And it actually is because of her initiative, that Atelierhaus Klingenthal became a collective shared space for artists. She was the first. This is where she used to live. I don't know if you know Basel very much, but Wasgering is kind of outside. It's not really a very wealthy neighborhood, so I was wondering, why are you living there, Mary Vieira? How are you making ends meet, And this sculpture that I showed, I realized there were more sculptures of Mary Vieira in the public space in Basel. And another one is in the Pathology Research Institute in the same university, and another one is in a hospital a little bit quite far away. I recommended you bike there to see it. And then again, there is Mary Vieira. I hope this can play. This is the sculpture. Oh, how can I hope it will play. This is me trying to move. Well, if it doesn't move, you only have to imagine, and you will have to go there and find it out. But it's like, it's 1 ton of steel that is structured into different kind of like rectangular parts that are suspended from the ceiling, also reacting to the architecture of the stairs, and it moves like a ballet. It doesn't make any sound. It's like a poem somehow. She somehow manages to transform really hard materials into something that is almost like clay. And that was what I was really amazed by, because my parents are potters. And you know, to transform something that is so hard into clay, it's kind of magical. So this is me moving Mary Vieira 4 years ago. At the moment, it's pretty hard to access it because it's the Pathology Institute, and of course, you know, it's locked. But I think smart people would find a way. Yes. So this is kind of from the oh, sorry. And then this is the third sculpture, which is located in this Burgerspital space. It's from '74. And that one is quite different. It's made of concrete. It's called flexibeton, so like flexible cement. And it really looks like pottery from the different angles. You know, it's a completely different spatial experience. It's kind of always changing. This is me. I was going up the sculpture. I don't think you were allowed to do that. But it's a meeting point. So this is a place where people yeah. So this is a place where people eat, and it's like you know, the patients were there. So there's always people around Mary Vieira. Somehow you're not allowed to do that. And I don't know if it will play. I hope it will play. But this is like, I was really amazed by this kind of curvatures. And apparently she was so demanding to the construction workers that to make this so perfect that apparently they went on a strike. And she's Brazilian. You know, we're not really well known for being precise. Yeah. So just kind of like another perspective from the work. So all of these works are public works. They are in the space, and you can visit them. You don't have to pay a fee. You can just go there. And then I started learning more about Mary Vieira, and I learned that she would call herself an ideadora, an ideer. She had ideas, and that's why maybe you've noticed in every work that she makes there are 2 different dates. One is the date where she had the idea, and the other is the date where it was actually realized. And I also think a lot about that, because there are so many ideas that I have never been able to realize. And the time that it takes for something to happen, it's something that she was paying attention to. So this is the polyvolume of the library. She thought about it in '66, and she made it in '68. So she would say, in my sculpture, the audience is invited to directly participate of the artistic manifestation, not as a passive spectator, but as a protagonist of a spectacle that becomes changeable, varied, new, according to its own will. You know, she's doing that, and we actually have a really long tradition in Brazilian art of arts that is actually really relational and dealing with the body. But a lot of these, I mean, I'm sure you know Hélio de Sica and Lygia Clark, but all of this is kind of happening in the '60s. And I was really amazed that Mary Vieira was doing this already in the '40s. So these are some more examples of like smaller sculptures. Sometimes she would make them she has work in all kinds of sizes. So these are kind of much smaller, but the principle remains similar. And this is her kind of like adjusting one of her sculptures. It's called Ponto de Encontro Pedro de Toledo, which is, I think, located in São Paulo. And the way how she's doing it, it really looks like clay. It reminds me of my parents. And this is her doing the same gesture to something that is much more small. And this is a lot of men doing it. To an artwork that also looks extremely phallic. So there was also this thing like, Mary Vieira, you're doing, like, you're really crossing boundaries here. Like, this is not art that women are supposed to be doing. What are you doing? How can you do that, you know, in the 50s and the 60s? And then some nuns in the back. So Basel is the place, the city in the world that has the most amount of works, the public works by Mary Vieira. She also has works in São Paulo. This is the Ponto de Encontro Pelo de Toledo, which is very close to the Ibirapuera Park, for those of you who know São Paulo. And there you see it's that sculpture, the same one that the nuns were kind of looking at, later was moved to São Paulo. But she also designs a kind of path through which you encounter the work. So she's also thinking about the surrounding and how do you approach the work. This is actually there. Apparently it doesn't move because it hasn't been maintained, it hasn't been cared for, it doesn't really work. But she also designed this one, which is in the presidential palace in Brasilia, and it's called Ponto de Encontro, meeting point. And it's just next to this really amazing Niemeyer helicoidal staircase. I don't know how to say that in English, but it's an amazing kind of connection. Again, the similar idea. And this one is in Zurich. It was for a public art exhibition, and it kind of then was acquired by the city. This one is in Belo Horizonte. And Raíssa, do you know the name of the square? Yes. And this is how it was originally designed. It had no trees, but then there was a revolt and they planted trees. So it's kind of disfigured. It's not the way how she would have intended. This is from the same, it's huge from another space. So she believed that today's art should be put directly into everyday's life and not be limited to a museum ticket. That's why I think her public works are the ones that the most represent somehow her ethos and drive. So she would also say, the problems of aesthetic ideation and aesthetic research are universal. They are not constrained to geographical borders. The characteristics of one's national or territorial origin becomes much more evident in one's choice of language than in the modes of communication. I consider myself an artist dealing with international problems, but with a Brazilian spirituality, which can be read in my work if carefully analyzed. So it's really interesting because I feel like she's bending all the possible cliches about Brazilianness, you know, which is, I think, the reason why I became so driven towards her. So a little bit about her. She was born in the 20s, we don't know if it's 1927, which is the same time that the Modern Art Week, the very famous Modern Art Week of São Paulo happened, and that's kind of usually considered a sort of like starting point for modern art in Brazil. But she was not from São Paulo. She was from Minas Gerais, where Raíssa is from. And she actually moved there afterwards. Sorry, I just bonded with you, and it will be, I'm now taking you together with Mary. And Belo Horizonte, the city of Belo Horizonte in the 40s, when Mary Vieira is there, was, the mayor was Juscelino Kubitschek, which later is gonna become the president who kind of built Brasilia. And at that time, he was, working on a huge project for Pampulha, which is an artificial lagoon, for which he commissioned a series of architectural gems, actually, by the very young architect Niemeyer then. He hadn't built much at the time. So these are some of the buildings. So Mary Vieira is in Belo Horizonte while this is happening. So this is kind of her backdrop. And she went to study at the Escola Guignard, which was an art school run by a painter called Guignard. This is him. And I hope it... and he was actually born in Nova Friburgo, which is the place where I was born. So I was like, another connection with Mary Vieira, somehow through a transversal way. And this is Guignard with his students. You can see they're mostly female. So she would later say, Alberto Guignard is the only one I recognize as a master, because he never taught me anything. He would let each of us develop our own work, and this is why I consider him as the only master I had. I mean, she's amazing. He didn't teach her anything, and that's why he's a master. Isn't it great? I think it's like... In fact, I don't teach anything. I just try to bring what is most positive in them. She means her students, because she became a teacher here at the Schule für Gestalten in 1964 and remained here until, I think, 1997. So maybe I got the dates wrong. It's almost 30 years. And this was what she taught, Raumgestaltung, so spatial design. And I don't know if you know a little bit about the history of the School of Design in Basel. It's quite well known, especially in graphic design. And what we know about that history is Armin Hoffman, Emil Hude, a bunch of male designers that have been really talked about ad nauseum. So when I learned that Mary Vieira was teaching here for almost 30 years and nobody knows about her, and I didn't know that, I was revolted. This is a little bit her exercises. Students always started with clay, and only after they had an idea they would go to paper. And she would describe it in this way, which I find incredibly poetical. Discipline as the essential basis of the freedom to create truthfully and without offending human dignity. I mean, think about it. So arrivals. When she arrived in Switzerland, she couldn't speak German, but she used this impossibility to communicate directly through the word, also as a support to my concentration, to interiorizing my ideas. For 2 years, I did not reveal my address, not even to my Latin language friends, which meant furthering my solitude. That was then applied to furthering my research, a research that called for total spiritual concentration and the utmost modal silence. So for 2 years, she didn't speak. I still don't speak German. I live here for more than 4 years. And I'm amazed that somehow she made lemonade with this. You know, she used it for her spiritual kind of development. I couldn't. I am Maria, a humble-looking but self-assured female stranger walks into my quiet room. This way of introducing oneself is uncommon to me, just as her looks were uncommon. In imperfect German, this is somebody writing about her, so it's very important that this person describes her German as imperfect. Maria Vieira is Brazilian, therefore her German is imperfect. She straightforwardly starts a conversation about the remotest things, star space and the world, God and man, with his most intimate doubts. This is what Maria is after. Surprisingly unembarrassed, she can ask and she can listen. How does she come to Switzerland? It's by way of Max Bill. She was already doing work in Belo Horizonte, and then she went to visit the exhibition of Max Bill in the 1950 São Paulo Biennial. She was really infatuated with the work. In fact, she talks about it like seeing the works of Max Bill made her realize that there were other people out there doing what she was already doing. So the way how she describes, she doesn't describe Max Bill as sort of like, you know, the legend that comes and brings concrete art, which is very much a lot of the art history in Brazil is described this way. And then she goes to Ulm, to the HFG Ulm, and studies there for 1 year. Sorry, I think I'm running a bit out of time, so I'm going a bit fast. This is just a quick glimpse of what this Max Bill exhibition was. So exactly, that's what she says. There's people in the world seeking and doing what I also seek and think. I'm no longer alone. So Max Bill wasn't the teacher, he was not the master. He was just some guy that was doing something similar to what she was doing. This is the kind of work she was doing already before that. She was making this massive, this is like has an electrical machine, so it turns with an electrical machine, and this is she's doing in 1948, much before a lot of like kinetic art came. And she was also doing these smaller scales, which made of wood, which she called multi-volume. Later she would go on to do polyvolumes. And what I also discovered is she was also working as an interior architect, and she designed this beautiful club. It's a nightclub. It's a place for people to dance, which was destroyed recently, I think in 2013. And an architect and a researcher, Pedro Vieira, who is also from there, took really issue with that, and he made an artwork about this piece and tried to salvage all the remaining parts of that. And he called it Brasilien zerstört, because Mary Vieira very famously designed a poster for the 1954 exhibition Brazil Builds that took place in Zurich. So he made a joke, Brazil destroys. And then even this Brazil Builds exhibition, which is the poster I knew, I discovered that she actually designed the entire exhibition architecture for that show. And you know, I think probably also partially curated, I don't know, this is my guess. Some of her sculptures were also shown there. So this is very little. Pedro Vieira, as I mentioned, has also been researching the works of Mary Vieira, and Malou von Muralt, a Swiss researcher, has also for 15 years been like tracing her. And the reason why we don't know much about her, I think that's kind of what I want to end into. Mary Vieira married an Italian art critic, Carlo Belloli, and she passed away before him. And then eventually, all of her works were moved to his archive in Milano, which is the Instituto Europeo of Turismo. And they are there, and they are very particular to who gets to get access to research this history or not. After this whole encounter with Mary Vieira, I fell in love, and I thought this was going to be a PhD. So I really started writing a proposal, and then my supervisor, pretend supervisor, told me, like, you have to have access to the archive. If you don't have access to the archive, there cannot be no research. So I wrote them a letter, and I said, I'm in love with Mary, and I did this presentation, and it's very exciting. I want to know more. And then they decided that because I had made a presentation without asking for their permission before, I wasn't allowed in. And I think several other people in the past that have wanted to research Mary Vieira were also not allowed in. So I think it's also a question of public space and public memory. Who gets the right to tell which stories and which stories are not told? I think I need a story of Mary Vieira because I think, you know, my trajectory, my life, I want to know how she managed. How did she manage to, like, live and work in Basel for so long, to have this trajectory that, like, you know, connected these two places, which are very, very different. That's it. Thank you. I didn't mention about that.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about the leaflet. So I prepared a little paper for you. It has the location of the places where you can see her work, and it's a little text. So I also really invite you to just go there and see it.
Thank you. All right, thanks a lot, Nina. Now we're going to go into the discussion part of the session. Yeah, you can use that. Yeah. Yeah, may I ask the three of you to also bring chairs up? Unfortunately, we do have a kind of a chair shortage. My colleague Andreas Kofler from the museum will be moderating this discussion. Then I will use this microphone for audience questions.
Hello, hello. Okay. This is the microphone we share. Yes. I apologize, the space we share is extremely hot, so by now I can't remove my baseball hat anymore. And I have 50 questions, I think, which sounds like a horrible threat if it's so hot. But I like the tradition that we started with a question from the audience. I think I also would like to start with that one. Yes, there is one.
I wondered if Maria Vieira did never marry da Silva.
No, she married Carlo Belloli. I know that there is another Portuguese artist that has a Silva name, and the reason why she changed her name from Maria to Mary was to distinguish between this other artist. But I don't know this. This is me repeating what is written in the single one monographic publication about her. So I don't even know if this information is verified in a way, you know? It's like it was an exhibition put together very quickly, so I don't know.
Me too, I'm not sure, but she could have married twice.
For sure.
The thing of you repeating something you read and us experiencing and discovering the works of her through from mouth to mouth, basically. I think this is a very interesting part of discovering her work. I personally discovered her through Andreas, who showed it to me. He said a friend showed it to him. I think it's you, probably. Yes. I showed it to another friend, and I know she showed it to someone else. So there is something, she's one of the best kept secrets of Basel, that's for sure, of Brazil maybe also as well. But I think also this mouth to mouth information receiving about her is extremely fascinating.
Yes, I know. I'm fascinated. I just hope that it can lead something somewhere, you know, because we need those histories. There is a reason why the history of the Brazilian designer who lived here for 30 years has fallen into the cracks of history, you know? We need narratives, like I need narratives. I need to be able to look at myself in the future and see a future for myself. And that's what history does, you know? And I think that collectively, you know, that's also why I'm very happy to kind of come, even though it's painful kind of to me, because I really care about her. I'm like, you know, actually the sculpture has just recently been renovated, the one in the library, so you can really go and see. And my question is really, who is caring about Mary? You know, like who cares about her legacy? Who cares about her history? 4 years have passed and nothing has happened. No publications have come out. I don't want to do it myself. It's not about that, you know. I just want the history to be told and people to appreciate, because I know that the impact that it can have in a Latina living in Switzerland, you know, to learn about being silent for 2 years, you know, to learn about that challenge. I think that is empowering. There is a lesson there, you know, for us.
Yeah, I fully agree, because I mean, we all agree she's extremely talented. We all agree her work is amazing. We all agree she should be far more known, far more important. And it's utterly frustrating to know that in a city like Basel, which is apparently the highest density in the world of art museums, or museums in general, didn't show her yet. Yet when we think about the most visited museum in Basel, it's a museum that apparently they choose to only show elderly, white, male artists. There was literally only one woman in the last 10 years. So I share on one hand this frustration. On the other hand, I have to confess I enjoy also that she's a kind of secret between us.
I will have to disagree with you, because it's like, I think it matters. It matters which stories are out there. You know, it's not about, it's about being able to see a future for yourself, you know? And it is really hard to be a Brazilian woman in Switzerland, you know? It is hard, you know? We are sexualized, we are deemed stupid, you have to prove yourself over and over and over again. So it matters which stories are told, because stories change lives, right? Sorry, I get really...
No, but I fully agree on you, because and also didn't want to talk you out of this, but I want to confirm that you found a way of telling this story that is very complete. You're not only showing her work, but you ask, why don't we know it? Yeah. And you're telling this whole story. So I wonder also, how can we really communicate what she did? I mean, I don't think that she finally succeeded if she's shown next to a Giacometti. This is not the important thing, but let me re-congratulate you about the way you found to tell this story, and I think it always has to be told this way, not just showing she's an amazing artist and we don't see in her context, but also why is there this big silence, her personal big silence, and the silence around her work. That is truly interesting. And then to come back more to the whole day, which was about the space we share. It's about creating space. I think also for us from the SAM, this was very important, because we share a space. Me and my colleague, we share a space. We continuously open to other people, and every time we curate an exhibition, we think about who will come, who can we invite, which topic can we elaborate, and how can we address it by welcoming most people in. I think it's kind of also a climax right now with an exhibition called Access for All, which really has the goal to welcome a lot of people in. And I think a trick of Access for All was also that it was co-created. It was created by, it was curated already in Munich, it was adapted here, and it was enhanced by works of the students of the University of the Fachhochschule Nordwest. And so the exhibition was co-created, and you are trying to create a space in Hamburg, and this also happens to co-creation. But I wonder if there is so basically, if a public space or a space is perceived as not belonging to anyone, and your goal is to make it be perceivable as belonging for everyone, co-creation is actually the only choice. It's the only method, no? Yes. You agree on this? Okay. So
and
then
maybe we are also questioning the everyone here. That that it's not possible to have spaces for everyone. This is also where the title from parks comes from. That it's a there's a variation of sort of parks, being site specific with a certain public or users. So this is actually not our aim to make it.
Yeah, we heard this before today. Also when we saw the examples in Belgium, that there is this, okay, so you acknowledge also from your experience it is impossible to create a space for anyone, but the method of co-creation is definitely there to engage people in a creation of a space, and by that they feel belonging to it. I imagine the person cleaning the floor says like, yeah, I mean, I know this space, I'm cleaning it once a week, so they feel belonging to it and entitled to. So, you agree? Can I ask you also about eventual frustrations you had during this process?
You want?
No. Don't get me started. No.
Well, actually, maybe because we're at this round sitting here that we are here talking in the context of architecture while not being architects at all, while still creating spaces. Like I also like like you totally got me with your presentation. I'm totally in love too. So I think this also comes back to, I think what touched basically all of the talks today is that like everyone here in the space is kind of seeking for a certain language within work in order to make a situation or a mode or a situation translatable and attachable to other people. Like this I think is a bit of a driving force, and to the frustration that we had was that since we are not architects and we don't speak the language of architecture, we had totally giant misunderstandings, especially with city planners from the city that are seeing a process that that say sentences with, "Why isn't it green?" And then we ask, why should a park be green? It could be a lot of, it can be a lot of forms. And so, but this in the first hand, Julia was also talking about the trust. We could all talk a lot about distrust for this very reason, for not having a common language, because departments or professions also all have the different languages, and what we feel is needed, and what comes back to what you were also saying this morning, is but when you were explaining of how you bring in politicians to see this certain works, like this is really work of translating, and this was what we really had to learn, and what was completely frustrating in the beginning of the process. Like we really didn't get why nobody understands what we are doing. It was really like we made workshops. We have this beautiful drawings of Atelier Le Balteau. We had walks. Everyone was like super happy. It was like discussions about politics, about theory, about philosophy, like all this. And then they say like, yeah, okay, but yeah, let's have it for another 4 months. And yeah, so that's frustrating. That's one thing that's frustrating.
Okay. We're going to ask you the other ones upstairs with a beer. To stay with the subject of co-creation, it's maybe my last questions. I know we're all a bit overheated here. I wonder just about the sculptures. I mean, you read so much about her work now, or you probably read everything that is written about it, and you had a lot of reflections about it. Are these sculptures, especially the kinetic ones, are they really thought to be sculptures of co-creation?
Yeah, she would describe like the public as the co-creator of the work becomes whole when it's being kind of changed by the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think inspired her for this? I really liked how you read it in parallel with pottery.
I don't know, and that's why I want to know. Like, You know, there's a whole archive of Mary Vieira. I can only project my own Brazilian, you know, diasporic, immigrant, confused visions of what could I have no idea, but I actually really want to know, you know. I know that she was already working with movable kind of kinetic sculptures in Brazil in the 40s, which is really amazing considering that this whole movement in art will come much later. So that's a cue there. You know, once she came to Switzerland, she arrived here in 1951, and then she was part of the last exhibition of the Group Allianz. So she was kind of hanging with these people. She was hanging with Max Bill and Camille Reiser, and like, you know, she was belonging. How did she belong? But then did she always belong? Like, I wonder, when I see the group shows and how the pattern changes over the years, I wonder what happened. I also want to know, I really want to know about her, you know? It's as silly as that, you know? We need her story because her story matters.
Yeah, we do. Okay. How can we make this happen? You're basically blocked from the archive.
Well, I wrote a very silly email, very naive, saying that I was thinking about applying for a PhD, and I had done this presentation, and I was very moved, and the director of the Architecture Museum was very moved too, and you know that people want to know about it. And then they replied a long message saying that unfortunately, because I've done this without consulting them, without asking permission, which is insane because I used my pictures and the pictures on the images of the material, which is public. You know, it's in the library. Anybody can go there and check. They said no, and I was really devastated. I was heartbroken, and I didn't react to that message. That email still remains unanswered from my side.
It's also part of the story, probably, because it's probably perceived as his archive and not hers, and an excuse is good to don't make this happen. We could write a letter, probably.
Yeah, I think the institutions have to step in here, and it's perfectly right what you said before about a certain art foundation making exhibitions in the city, to have a lot of really good opportunities to actually give exposure to an artist like this. And there's so many museums here that could do this, and I think we could also do a cooperative project. For instance, I like this this cooperation between the Kunstmuseum and the Fondation Bayler with the exhibitions of Sophie Teuber-Arp and then Rodin-Arp. But, you know, I'm seeing another exhibition. Yeah, who would be a good partner for a partner exhibition? Max Bill and...
I was once researching something else at the Biennial in São Paulo, and I found some letters of Mary Vieira. I always take pictures whenever I find her somewhere in an archive. I take pictures. I think that there have been many letters between her and Max Bill. So the Max Bill Foundation would be a good place to start. I don't know what kind of art. I don't know what about accessibility there. I also know that there are some artworks by Mary Vieira in the Kunstmuseum. In the collection, and I also know that the Plakatsammlung of the Schule für Gestalten has a lot of her posters, so this could be already a good start. And I just suspect that because she was living here for so many years, there must be private collectors in the city that own her work that could also. So, you know, this archive in Milan is the place with a lot of things, but it's not, you know.
Yeah, you know, every half year we have a Museumsdirektorenkonferenz, and then I see all my colleagues, and I think in the next one I'll bring it up.
Yes, and I propose we continue to conspire on the roof and ask you more about frustrations and difficult moments, because those are the interesting ones. Those are the ones we can learn from. And I think in general we learned a lot today. I give back the mic to Yuma, who organized this so amazingly. Thanks again.
Thank you, Andreas. I don't really have that real formal closing remarks, just to say that thank you all for staying in there, and thank you all for the wonderful presentations. We do have an apéro organized on the rooftop terrace where these conversations can continue in an informal setting. So that's it. Thanks a lot.